And chat, how's it going, guys? Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. After 2 weeks, I was away at a con last Saturday, so we couldn't do it. Unfortunately, the con wasn't very good, and we went home a day early, but the damage was done. I couldn't do Final Fantasy XIV that week. But we're back now, and we may be taking a side trip away from Heavensward for a minute, away from the MSQ. We're thinking about having me try out tanking and healing for the first time. In, I guess, a dungeon? Well, I've got Danny and Minda with me, and we'll need a fourth person, so hopefully somebody in chat can help out. Because I'm not going to tank and heal for the first time with randoms. Like, come on, no way. But, without further ado, let me get these guys on call. Hello.
Scared of randoms, coward.
There's no way in hell I'm doing my first tanking and healing with randoms.
I did it with one random, and he was a dick.
Hello.
Hey, Minda.
Yo.
Discord's a little slow sometimes today and yesterday, so hang on a second.
Well, I'm glad I can help, Bob. Low-level
I'm not
tanking
sure
and
if I'm
healing
being
is
heard.
nothing.
I'm not hearing people.
I can hear you. Jinx. Hang on, let me type it in chat. We can hear you.
All right, there we go. Now I can hear you.
Oh, excellent.
Hey, awesome.
Hey, there we go. Alright, so I have Dark Knight at level 30, because I just picked it up, and I have Arcanist at level 30, because I leveled it off-stream, like, months ago.
Yep.
So I've got a tank, and I've got what is sort of a healer. I don't know how much...
You should probably be logging in while we're talking.
Oh yeah, probably.
So you've got two options for your first healer. You have leveling up Arcanist to get it up to Scholar, or you can go with Astrologian, which starts at level 30.
Oh.
Due warning, Astrologian is probably the only job that is a nightmare on controller.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy. It's bad enough I'm going to have to learn healing on controller.
On PC, because Astrologian just has so many buttons that it's really hard to manage. So yeah, and also, like, for me personally, everybody has a different perspective on this, but like for me personally, Scholar is the easiest healer to start off with, because at low levels your fairy heals for you, and that gives you a lot of wiggle room to make mistakes.
Yeah, but once you get to a higher level, Scholar becomes one of the harder ones because it's all about preparation rather than actually healing afterwards, after the fact.
Well, like, even that works better in my own brain, because I am much more comfortable preparing in advance for damage, and then just like saying it's like, okay, everybody has a shield, like a DPS for a while.
Yeah, while White Mage is very much a straightforward heal after the damage happens kind of thing. You've got your regens, you've got your powerful heals. You've even got Benediction, which is a full heal.
Yeah, but the healer has a couple of problems, which is that low level you don't have any of those tools. Low level healer as a white mage is like harder than like high level content, because you have so few buttons and they have such long cast times. So like for me, it's not very good low level, and plus like you would have to level up white mage to level 16 before you're even allowed to do a dungeon.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, I don't have White Mage leveled. I probably should off stream at some point in the next couple weeks.
Yeah. Well, that's why we're doing this, because now we can Because, like, your first time taking and healing is definitely content, so we wanted to do that on stream.
Yeah.
But now you can just run dungeons to level up your tanks and healers, which will make that go much faster.
Oh boy. All right. So let's see. What do I want to use?
That's quite a nice looking sword, Minder. I've never seen that one before.
Yeah, it's just the one from,
Yeah.
like,
Riplocks.
yeah.
Oh, I leveled up a healer, by the way. I now have white mage at 31.
Nice.
I've leveled up a couple healers. White mage just because I wanted something to do frontline with, and scholar because I like leveling scholar because it's one of my favorite jobs. Oh yeah, look at this dapper ass outfit I have for scholar.
Where are you? There's Minda. Nice.
Oh, you might want to have a look at the new sword that I've got. Do you see it at my hip?
Hang on, let me get out of the character screen.
I see a handle.
I see a
it-
handle.
When I draw it.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, it's a lightsaber. Nice.
That's pretty
Yep.
cool.
It's from the Odin Fate.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know the Dreamward Blade did that.
Yeah.
All right, time to remember how to do Arcanist. Action for the full gauge, which is required to perform certain actions. Trance gauge. Waiting for the effects of ether charge. Experience action also grants for the Arcanum.
It's foggy.
Oh yeah, should I do the Arcanist story quests or a dungeon first?
Story quests. Well, because
Okay.
you can't heal yet. You're not allowed to.
Oh, fair
yeah,
enough.
You've got to get to the bit where you got to have the job to be able to heal.
Yeah.
I can't.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, technically you can heal a low-level dungeons as an Arcanist, like it is physically possible, but
physic.
yeah, but like in normal roulette, you're not allowed to queue up as a healer as an Arcanist.
Gotcha. All right. Well, let's
Let's head to Limsa to do some story quests.
let's set up my hotbar, and then we'll head to
Alright.
Limsa to do some story quests.
I heal indeed. He has been healed.
If I can remember how to do this. Balls. Oh, shit. Actions, right. Comical, Ruin, Physic, Radiant Aegis, Ether Charge, Gemshine.
Yeah, for your Arcanist, you'll have to completely redo your hotbar when you get Scholar. So don't worry about where to put Physic right now because you're not a healer yet.
Get off my screen, pop-up. I want to look at skill descriptions. Heal, Ether Charge, grants Ether Charge, increasing the potency of Ruin, 50 and outburst by 20, grants Arcanum. Gemshine. The energies of the active elemental attunement. So the Gemshine attunements, I'm certain, were more meaningful back when they were elemental affinities, but Now they're just cosmetic, I assume.
No.
Fire, earth, and wind damage to a single target?
They're very relevant because their attacks do different things to Gemshine.
Yeah. These didn't even exist back when there was elemental damage.
Oh.
Basically, once your summoner gets further along, each of those elements gives you different spells to use.
Yeah, and you have to get those through story quests. So.
I remember now. You're cycling around stuff, right?
Yeah. That's how Arcanist and eventually Summoner work. Is you're basically cycling through your summons. So you start off. Well, you don't have to start off with anything. In fact, picking all that is some decision making. But yeah, you're cycling through summoning your red carbuncle, your yellow carbuncle, and your green carbuncle, using gem shine as often as you can, and then using ruin when you don't have a gem shine up.
Yeah, effectively, like the lore explanation is you are infusing the carbuncle with ether. The carbuncle transforms it into an element and attacks with it, and then you absorb that ether back, so you now have ether of that element channeled.
Then Outburst and Precious Brilliance are just the AoE versions of Ruin and Gemshine.
Alright. Aegis. Barrier runs off and absorbs damage. Where do we want to put we're putting.
And then Energy Drain and Fester are your off cooldown abilities. Those are the things you just use whenever they are available for a little extra bonus damage.
Oh, I just got a gem shine. Hang on. Gem shine LTX. Oh, gem shine R2X. This one is Ether Flow. L2 Triangle. Drain. Ether Flow 2. Square. Put Radiant Aegis on R2. Oh. Cannot decide that. Alright. Okay. I think I've got something set up. Oh, we got limit break set up. Cool. Alright, to Limsa, I guess. Make a suggestion that'll make this a little easier for you. Switch it from compact view. Switch what from compact view? My hotbars?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they meant. No, not your help. I mean but actions and traits. I mean.
Oh, right, this.
Compact view tends to show like the branching effects of the attacks, like for combos in your melee characters, whereas the default view shows it via order of level order obtained.
Well. getting rid of... Yeah, it was already on compact view.
It
was already off compact view, I should say. Sorry.
It was on compact view. You're on non-compact now.
But things are more compact here.
Like I said, the way compact view works is it will show branching abilities in orders, and you'll notice, like it says, upgrades there. On if you go back into compact view, it'll show all the upgrades for the same spell in the same slot.
I didn't see the upgrades thing. That's why I'm missing Ruin 2.
Yeah, Ruin 2 is probably something you get from a job quest.
Yeah, level 30 it says, and it will because it's an upgrade. It will replace Ruin 1.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, like I don't remember because like you get a lot of skills from doing job quests. So, and since you power leveled without doing any of them, I'm not sure what is missing from your hotbar right now. That probably a lot of things. Because I don't remember off the top of my head what came from a job quest and what you just got automatically. But either way, your hotbar will be filling out as we progress through this little side game.
Alright, let's see. Where is...
The Arcanist Guild is by an Ether Shard. So you can just teleport right there.
Yep, Arcanist Guild. Oh, Thermogheim, right. I see the creatures beyond the city walls pose you little threat. It is with great pleasure, then, that I formally recognize your initiation into the guild. From this day forth, you may proudly bear the title of Arcanist. I suggest you continue your forays into the wilderness and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. There is no finer teacher than the harsh mistress of experience. And when you feel you can command Carbuncle as easily as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instruction. I will be waiting. All right. Thermogheim, assess the improvement of your Arcanima skills. Huh, lore, isn't it? Are you eating well? An empty stomach distracts the mind and leads to hurried judgment. I must oft remind my Arcanists to take meals, so ensconced do they become in their studies. Speaking of such, have you been practicing your tactics with Carbuncle? I sure haven't. I believe it is time to assess the improvement of your skills. As with your previous trial, I would have you defeat foes in Lower Lenosia, 3 wild dodos and 3 tiny mandragoras to be precise. Watch carefully the behavior of your opponents, formulate an effective strategy, and utilize your arcane entity to its fullest potential. I expect you back in time for dinner. Arcanist Sir Limsa's cargo inspection. Yeah, I remember that from Tataru's side quest. What's in the box? Shoot, which gate did she say to go out of?
Zephyr.
Zephyr, okay. God, I'll never get over how fast it loads in.
Was it Zephyr, actually? Yeah, it's in the box.
Yep, and we're right here.
Cool.
I forgot to set up my Chocobo action. Hang on. Actions. General Mount Roulette. Nope. Meant to set that.
I've been playing a lot of Scholar lately, but I think it's just New Glam Honeymoon.
Pet hotbar cannot be edited.
Yeah, your pet hotbar is just 6 buttons that are there.
Oh, okay. So I need to make another set.
Don't worry, they're almost completely irrelevant.
Yeah, they're all pets are just automated.
Yeah, the only time you occasionally might use it is to place your fairy in the middle of a battle arena. But the fairy follows you anyway, so you can usually just move yourself.
Yeah, the pet hotbar is just like ordering your pet to stand still or follow you or leave the battlefield.
Gotcha. I'm trying
Usually,
to remember...
like for like 99.9% of the time, you just let your pet do its own thing.
Trying to remember how we set up a hotbar last time.
You mean to make it so that it'll appear when you cycle through?
Yes.
You put a skill on it. It just censors anything that doesn't have any skills on.
Okay, how do I get it to be a hotbar? Because...
Pet hotbar? You don't need to.
No, I'm not talking about the pet hotbar. I'm trying to set teleport and minion and mountain roulette onto a hotbar.
Oh, right.
If you remember right, you hold R1 and then you can pick your set.
Ah, okay, there we go.
I don't even play with the cross hotbar.
Okay, cool. And let's get a random minion, because we've started a new stream. It's the Wind-Up Sun. When did I get the Wind-Up Sun?
We got it by giving an elixir and high elixir to the magic bot.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
You probably want you can poke it to change its height, but you'll probably want something different because it doesn't follow you. It'll only basically it'll appear when you load into a new zone and then just stay there.
Well, that's weird.
It's because its glow persists in when you remove the UI, but it itself vanishes during the UI, so you keep the glow, but not the intrusion. It's basically lighting for screenshots.
Weird.
Yeah, there are actually like a bunch of quote unquote minions that are clearly just objects to be put down there for fun screenshots. Like the campfire and the pillow are two more.
Mm-hmm.
And they're literally just a campfire and a pillow that sit on the ground when you summon them, and then you take screenshots with them as their only purpose.
Gotcha.
Anyway, your quest objective is right to the south.
Forgot to set one thing.
What? He's after wild dodos and mandragoras at the moment, so we're not against them yet.
Yeah.
Where are my Gisal greens? Ah, there they are.
We actually might have taken the wrong exit if we're after the dodos and mandragoras.
Yeah, there's no mark on the map.
Oh, whoops! I was thinking the wrong one.
I think we were getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
All right, back into Limsa, I guess. Out the other gate.
Player doing the one where they pick up the flowers.
God, this place is overpopulated.
This is actually a pretty light black crowd.
Really?
Yeah.
And no one's ERPing, as far as I can tell.
No one. There are no obvious signs.
Another question, Lord. Do you ever want your Chocobo a different color? No, actually. I looked through the Chocobo colors, and I like the base Chocobo color the best. Which I know makes me kind of boring, but I think it's a well-designed creature design.
Yeah, I went through a couple weeks ago because I started leveling Blue Mage, of all things. And when you level Blue Mage, you spend a lot of time with your Chocobo. And that made me finally decide to go through and dye all of my Chocobos different colors. Because it is an interesting little process.
Wait, why can I only cycle between Pet Hotbar and Set 2 now? Alright, there's a problem.
What did you do? I have no idea.
Okay, so before, I could cycle between Set 1, Pet Hotbar, and Set 8. Then I switched it to Set 2. And now I can only cycle between Set 2 and the Pet Hotbar. Now I've switched...
Up, I saw it. I see your real hotbar.
Now I've switched back to Set 1, and I can only cycle between Set 1 and the Pet Hotbar.
I do not know.
I guess I can just do the hold to change set thing, but that's going to take some getting used to.
Oh, that's kind of probably something you should be doing generally anyway. It'll be much quicker.
Faster.
Yeah, and you won't keep going through a hotbar where you've got things set for non-combat every time you're in combat.
I don't know. I feel like tapping the button multiple times is faster than hold select, at least with what I'm used to. But, you know, whatever. I'll get used to it. Alright. How do I kill this wild chocobo? Wild dodo. Ruin.
I mean, to be fair, it's kind of the difference between holding shift to do a capital and having to press caps lock multiple times to get to that capital.
Hey, it's the Final Fantasy XII monster.
I think they debuted in 11. 12 used quite a few models from 11.
Oh, fair enough.
At the very least, designs. One of the complaints that people had about 12 when it came out was that it was quote-unquote an offline version of 11.
Mm-hmm. Like, I remember that because, like, I didn't play 11, but I did play World of Warcraft at the time when I played 12. So, like, I definitely felt the MMO game feel.
Well, that was kind of something they were explicitly trying to do, like get people into MMO game
sure.
feel. Because I don't know how successful 11 was at the time. I think it underperformed, but I can't remember.
I believe it did quite well. Did well enough that World of Warcraft took quite a bit of inspiration from it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it did come first, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
WoW was 2004,
yeah.
right?
What was that?
WoW was 2004, right?
Yeah, 2004, 2005.
I'll check the dates.
Welcome back, Lore. It appears your coordination with Carbuncle is progressing at a satisfactory pace. Shall we test your growing acumen with a more practical examination? Our work at Milvan's Gate requires us to inspect and record the contents of incoming cargo. To simulate such a task, I have had several crates transported to the cliff south of the Zephyr Gate. You've already been there. I sent you there to babysit Tataru, if you'll recall. I want you to examine those crates, then return the inspected cargo here to me. You would be surprised at the depths to which some merchants will sink to deter our customs agents from performing thorough investigations. False bottoms, robbing foodstuffs, flesh-eating vilekin. I suggest you be prepared for any eventuality.
11 is 2.5 years older than WoW. So, quite some time.
Okay, so right outside. Cool.
Yeah, we got a step ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we got to step ahead of ourselves. Now you go to the Zephyr Gate. I gave myself yellow sunglasses, and now I kind of look like Bono.
Hold still. Ha! You kind of do. Hey, there's somebody else on the Arcanist quest who has a hat.
Oh, there's a slight theory going around. One thing we know that's happening for 7.0 is we are getting a graphical update. And they said that they're going to go through all of the old gear and enhance them as well, bit by bit.
Oh.
Well, one theory is they might take that opportunity to add hat compatibility to Hrothgar and Vieira's to do so.
Oh,
That would
I
be
hope
excellent.
so.
And
I
that
hope
might-
so.
And that might be why they're still adding gear that isn't compatible with the heads, because they're going to have to update them anyway.
Well, especially with female Hrothgar getting added too, that would be a good time to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, are they getting a third Hrothgar race?
No, they're currently Hrothgar male only, so they're going to...
Oh,
amend
female. I
that.
thought you said Fina or something.
Oh, no.
You know. But yeah, we'll probably...
Who's this?
I'm assuming we'll get our first look at female Hrothgar during the Fan Fest in July, because that's usually when they announce such things.
Ah, cool. Okay. All right. This person has a thumb glove. A thumb glove. What could possibly be the use of a thumb glove? That's so ridiculous. That is
True.
possibly the most ridiculous character design thing I've seen in this entire game. A thumb glove.
It's almost like the reverse of the glove that I have for using on my drawing tablet, where it's the pinky and ring finger that's covered up, and only them.
Archers? Huh.
Archery gloves would be the index finger and the middle finger.
Well, that's what I was about to say. It's an archery glove, but for somebody who flips through pages of their book really intensely in combat.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, I think, I'm not even joking, I think that is what they're going for.
Well, you'd think they'd
might be
also
to prevent
put-
paper cuts.
They'd also put it on the index finger then, because you're using two fingers to flip pages.
It depends on your style of page flipping.
Fair enough. I am not a threat. Pray ignore my presence for the present and allow me a moment to cogitate. Okay, this guy is like 12. Or a very tall Lalafell. Let's find out.
It'd also be to prevent.
Oh, right, never mind. I'm just 7 feet tall.
Yeah, you're just 7 feet tall.
The reaction to my sudden appearance was within expected parameters, but I must admit I did not expect so proficient a performance against the enemy set against you. Yet, effective though your tactics were, I spied much room for improvement. As I watched you battle, the wheels of my mind whirled into motion, as they are wont to do, inventing other possible strategies you might have employed. Let's see. Taking into account your current level of ability, factoring in the etheric constant, multiplying by the number of opponents, then applying your tactics to other potential combat scenarios. Oh dear. My calculations indicate failure upon encountering threat level 9,785. Alright. Are you going to explain the scale, or what? Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. This is a very, very silly encounter. Having slain gods, and also Gaius. This, I feel condescended to even more than I'm actually being condescended to, because I'm level 57 on my main class.
Yeah, but
low level job quests always have this, and you just kind of have to roll with it because it's hilarious.
Yeah, you need to like when it comes to lower level quests basically take place at the point in time that they are added to the game, or they are or level wise in these cases. So this is you still being a fresh adventurer. Yeah.
Though the opportune window to do so has passed, I would nevertheless introduce myself. I am Claia. Claia? Is that how you pronounce that?
Sometimes I don't ask.
A Milvan's Gate Assessor. Acting Guildmaster Thubergeim elected me to oversee your training and provide any necessary guidance and instruction in the field of Arcanima. From what I have observed thus far, you have an admirable grasp of the fundamentals. I do, however, wish to confirm one small detail. Regarding your choice of arcane geometries, what factor most influences your actions during battle? Potential for amusement. I'm going to say desire to outwit an enemy. Aha! Just as I predicted! And now I have the final element needed to perform another calculation. The probability of you becoming an arcanist of note is 90%. Give or take 0.5%. It's 100%. You have no idea who you're dealing with.
Honestly, given the ego that you've given your character, I'm surprised you didn't go for potential for amusement.
Fair enough. Yes,
just like, why do you fight gods? It's fun.
Yes, the certainty is quite high. After all, I only know of one other practitioner who responded to my question in the same manner. It was the man who bestowed upon me this grimoire, the Guildmaster himself. While our inscrutable leader is, as I'm sure you've heard, on an indefinite leave of absence, he did leave us with his most notorious saying to date. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. No matter how gifted you and I might be, however, the instantaneous manipulation of reality that might cause us to suddenly become mighty arcanists is beyond our present abilities. Discipline and experience is the finest strategy in this case. I suggest you continue to focus on refining your aptitude with Carbuncle. Mastery with an arcane entity will greatly improve your success as a wielder of Arcanima. Here ends your lesson for today. Pray return directly to the guild. I believe Mistress Thubergeim is awaiting some inspected cargo. And what of myself? I'm off to the fields, of course. The tactics I reasoned out earlier must be attempted in real-life scenarios. Theory is all well and good, but there is no substitute for actual combat. We will meet again soon. It would be really funny if this lady's like level 10. And I'm 7 feet tall before the ears. screw it, I'm flying.
Yeah, having the flying mount makes low-level job quests much quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. Let me main Blue Mage is this character's name.
I do want a blue. I've been leveling. A lot of fun. It would be totally broken if you could do main line stuff with it, but it's a lot of fun.
I wanted Blue Mage to be like a magical tank.
I mean, you can do that.
Yeah, but I mean like as a main job rather than. Oop.
Hey, Teddy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
I
Teddy!
think I would like it if Blue Mage had like a fixed kit for when you were doing like normal queue play,
Oh yeah.
but still kept their separate, learn all the shit they want and set up their own kit thing for when you're doing like specific groups.
That'd be a way to do it.
It
Yeah.
would, but that would take some of the identity of the class away.
Well, what I'm saying is it's an option. If you're going into primary queue, you have a fixed kit. When you're going into queue where like you're pre-formed, you can still do the existing identity.
And to be fair, Bloom, as a huge Blue Mage fan, its identity is very plastic in the first place. Like the one consistent thing is
Is
it
that
lends-
inconsistent?
Well, yeah, and then it lends enemy magic. I mean, you've got in 5 you get hit by the spell. In 8 you use items from enemies.
Actually,
in 9 you devour them.
In 6, you just had to see the spell, which is funny because if you had the blind condition, you couldn't learn Blue Mage abilities.
Yep.
Really? They coded that in?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
You also couldn't get it if you were confused.
Yeah. Basically anything that impacted your ability to perceive it.
Ah, Lore, have you returned with the cargo? Yes, everything seems to be in order. Relatively clear of blood and other gore. That could be something of a problem in our profession, you understand. I also had word from Clyaea regarding your performance. She seemed eager to continue your training. An odd lass, I'll admit. I agree, me too, but the guild can boast no finer mind for tactics. You would do well to heed the instruction she offers, particularly that which touches on the diligent approach to our art. Did you perhaps notice the battered tome Clyaea carries? That initiate's grimoire has served her from the day she entered the guild. She's using a level 1 weapon? She has her reasons, but it's admittedly strange to see it kept all the way to her present position as Foreseer. I fear such an intense focus on Arcanima has led her to overlook other important aspects of life. As our master strategist guides your arcanist training, I hope that you might return the favor and help to broaden her own perspective somewhat. But enough of such matters for the moment. You have done well this day, Lore. Continue your practice with Carbuncle as Clyaea has bid. I will be here when the time comes for your next lesson. All right.
Somebody was playing Daft Punk music.
I will take the 10 piece because none of this is better than what I'm wearing. That's the level 10 quest. Or that was the level 5 quest? That was the level 5 quest. Let's do the
That
level
was the
10
level
quest.
5 quest.
Yes, Lore, the time for your next lesson is upon us. You are keeping well, I trust? Taking the occasional brisk walk? One cannot form sound thoughts if one fails to maintain a sound body. Now, assuming you have been following Clyaea's instructions, you should be ready to face the more dangerous threats found in western Landosia. I speak of roselings and wild jackals. And, yes, I would have you vanquish 3 of each. 'Tis the perfect sample size. The first acts as a preliminary test case. the second to test your hypotheses, the third to perfect the tactics you've devised. Speaking of which, I trust your strategy will consist of more than simply fleeing ruin over and over again. At my level? No. That's all I gotta do with these little guys. You are not the novice you once were, and your skills in the field ought to reflect that. If you find yourself wanting for other approaches, consider an assault with ruin in tandem with attacks from your carbuncle. When timed appropriately, you can deal a crippling blow to your opponent. How do I make carbuncle attack again?
You use the summon Ruby Carbuncle and attack, which is the only one you have right now, I think.
Gotcha.
Which you can't do until you're in combat, and right now you're one-shotting everything with Ruin, so right now you kind of can't.
Yeah.
Because you're too high level.
Alright, which gate am I going out?
Just click on the click on the blue text in the quest log, and it'll tell you where.
Swift Perch, unattuned. That's a zone I haven't been in. Or no, that's just next to Aleport. Weird.
Yeah.
I haven't been to that part of Western Lenotia, I guess.
Not much happens there besides one of the starting quests. If you're doing the Limsa start. I believe it's you remember when you had to fight a golem in that a Black Mastasian summoned? I believe it's the Limsa equivalent of that.
Ah, gotcha.
No, while you do this, I'm going to go help a unicorn. There is a conjurer quest that you cannot do as a white mage, and it gets you a unicorn mount.
Yeah. It's funny too because it's a level 30 conjurer quest, so you have to get to the point where you would normally have white mage, and then unequip your jobstone. It's one of 4 situations in the entire game where you would ever want to remove your jobstone.
That's pretty weird.
And the thing is, you have to have completed the final conjurer quest, so you have to basically have the white mage quest available.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, it's Butt Stallion.
New quest: set up a Tinder account for a cat girl.
Alright, back we go. 802.
Did you remember to attune to the Aetheryte before you,
Thank you for reminding me. You caught me just as I was about to teleport.
Lalafell here for Last Goonie.
Nice.
Another movie I've never seen.
Really? You've never seen The Goonies?
Aye.
I guess it's a very American experience, but it's a very good movie. I recommend it.
Fair enough. I've seen plenty of very American movies.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is our chief export.
I was just talking about that yesterday, how I knew that American movies were fairly dominant around the world, but I had no idea that American TV shows were.
Oh yeah, just I've got the box sets. The box set of House, for example, here.
Well, that stars a famous Brit. I'm not particularly surprised that British people gravitate towards that one.
I mean, we can't exactly escape the Simpsons.
No one can escape the Simpsons.
Welcome back,
My
Lord.
favorite. Oh,
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say my favorite American product that is, translated and dubbed in foreign countries is King of the Hill. I really like that King of the Hill has a Japanese dub.
I don't know why that's so strange, but you
Well,
wouldn't
what's funny
expect.
is that, like, not only is King of the Hill very American, it's very regional. It's very specifically about the southern, like, United States experience.
And in Japan, that's exotic and foreign.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then, but yeah, we get loads of American shows just wholesale. Conversely, whenever America takes a British show, they always rewrite it and refilm it to be in America instead.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. It's like, is that even still a trend, or was that just like...
That was
It
just
like
a
The Office.
thing,
There's like there
hopefully.
were a few back in like the mid-aughts that did that, and I wonder if that's like still a thing. I don't know.
There's one of my favorite British shows, Life on Mars, and its continuation, Ashes to Ashes. It's about
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the American version of that coming out.
yeah, it's about a cop that gets hit by a car and he wakes up in the past and has to deal with like the corrupt police system of the time, as well as.
Oh no, actually, the weirdest example of that. Crap, what was it called? The weirdest example. I forgot the name of it, but it's really weird because they just got David Tennant for the American version too. Remember that one? It was like David Tennant in this like British crime drama.
Black
And then they
Fargo?
remade it in America, and they got David Tennant to reprise his own role. So why did they even bother? Why? Why didn't they just air the British version?
That's
Yeah, but-
weird.
Yeah, but like the thing is, like he in Life on Mars, he keeps having these weird flashes that like is everything actually real? And it was called Life on Mars because after the David Bowie song, because of how strange it is to have been transplanted into this different time period. It's like living on Mars. But the American show was really bad. And they took the name.
Broadchurch, there it is. Thank you, Count Bob.
They took the name completely literally and had it revealed that in the American version, he was an astronaut on a mission to discover if there was life on Mars, and the reason he was in the he was in a simulation to keep his mind active while traveling, and the simulation was going awry. Like,
That's weird. In a good show, I can see that twist being good, but if the show was bad, that's just an unnecessary change.
Could you imagine if like the UK did American, or if the UK did UK versions of American shows? Like, imagine if it was like some of the really middling ones that were kind of cultural splashes in the pan too, because that seems to be kind of
I think we need more of that in general, not just American fish, but just American culture to anything else. I want to see the Breaking Bad anime. That's what I want.
In Korea, they're making a Korean Breaking Bad.
Okay, perfect. There you go.
Apparently, there was a British version of that 70s show, but they gave it a different name, and they basically just reshot the episodes word for word, more or less.
Yeah.
Great.
Anyway, back to the game.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Lore. How did it feel to conquer such ferocious foes? I don't know, they were level 12. It's kind of a speed bump. Let us ride that wave of triumph onto an even more demanding and dangerous challenge. Your next training exercise will have you accompanying Foreseer Clyhia on one of her inspections. This experience will afford you the opportunity to witness firsthand the practical application of Arcanima. Pray, do not tarry, Lore. Clyhia awaits you on the floor below with further details. Into the pit! Where's the pit? This way.
Yeah, imagine just UK adaptations of Splash in the Pan mid-American TV shows. Like, imagine Kyle XY getting a British adaptation.
Oh man, I can imagine the British version of Friends being insufferable.
I saw a GIF set on Tumblr of like, oh, here's everyone's catchphrases. How is one of their catchphrases allegedly saying hi? What the fuck are you talking about?
I keep hearing good things about the American remake of Shameless.
Yeah, I've also heard about that being actually like pretty good and up to par.
And
I've never heard of the show. What is it?
Well, it's at the very least the British version is about a large family that are basically living in the poorest part of the country, and just shenanigans extend from there. It's very lowbrow, but it is funny and there's a lot of heart.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing, it does sort of make sense that they would remake it for different cultures, because like that experience does change significantly country to country.
Oh yeah, like Shameless is exceptionally British.
Yeah, and American Shameless is exceptional American.
Yeah, like there's absolutely no way that you could one for one translate the concept of a chav.
Yeah. So instead, they just made the American version, and like that works. That's a good use of adaptation.
Imagine American Doctor Who.
I was just about to say. I can feel Danny's pain.
I watched the new Ant-Man and the Wasp, and it kind of gave me some Doctor Who vibes in a lot of places, like with the location, the creature design. I was like, this movie kind of looks like what would happen if you gave Doctor Who Disney money.
I mean, you joke about like American Doctor Who, but they're very, like, just because obviously Doctor Who is just so quintessentially British, but they literally tried twice to make an American Red Dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
They did?
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen Red Dwarf, but
it is good.
I hear it's really, really good.
But here's the funny thing, though. In one episode of Red Dwarf, they had a plot line where the characters woke up out of a super like a super high tech computer game that apparently all of their adventures were in, and at one point it's like, you guys did really badly. Like you never even unlocked your like you didn't get Rimmer past the stage of being an obnoxious twat to becoming one of the greatest heroes in the world, etc. Blah blah blah. Like, and then they just point at the screen like, I mean, look, these players are doing so much better, and it's just a clip of the American version of Red Dwarf.
That's some good meta.
That's good.
Danny,
I like
Danny,
that.
I have a question. Danny, have you seen the pilot episode for the American Doctor Who series?
Wait, the what?
What?
The huh?
What?
The Who?
This was a thing in the 90s. They tried to... It's like before the reboot with Russell Davies. Like, they attempted to reboot Doctor Who as a American co-production. This was the one and only appearance of the 8th Doctor, because it is canon to the Doctor Who timeline.
Wait, that's the 8th Doctor special?
Movie.
Oh yeah, I knew about the 8th Doctor movie. I didn't realize it was American.
That was supposed to be a pilot episode for a Doctor Who American series, and it didn't go anywhere. So it's just the one movie. But like,
I mean, to be fair, he also got a hell of a lot of stories in the Big Finish audiobooks, which are considered canon.
Oh yeah, eventually, but like that was decades later. It was when Big Finish picked him up and started doing stuff with him again. But like for a while, for a long time, that was the only appearance of the 8th Doctor. It was the pilot episode for American TV series.
It wasn't decades. Like they were doing them through the 90s, and they 100% canonized them when they had him regenerating during the
50th anniversary special. For the Lord Doctor, yeah.
Yeah, because he actually says the name of his companions there, saying goodbye to them.
Yeah. But yeah, like, have you seen that movie? Because I did. It's very American.
Yeah, I saw it once when I was a kid. I don't really remember much about it.
Yeah,
Doctor Who is a great short story machine.
it is.
That's
Yeah,
where
it's-
Moffat
hey.
did his best work, is when he was constrained to a one-episode story.
Yeah, and then when they gave him control, he was like, I'm going to try to make it a continuous thing, and everyone was like, oh god, no.
No.
You've got to have
Three
answers
days
to your
back.
mystery boxes, Moffat. Don't be Abrams.
No. Anyway.
All right, a timely appearance, as I expected. Shall we proceed directly to the job at hand? I have been tasked with examining the wares of a goblin peddler caravan run by the Boylestocks family. Our agents suspect these beastmen merchants of dealing in forbidden goods. As such, I have calculated that announcing an inspection has a 60% chance of inviting physical violence. I have prepared a strategy to respond to this possible shift into hostilities, but there is an important precondition you should be made aware of before we discuss the finer points of my plan. Though I am considered gifted in the formation of tactics, I lack the reflexes and coordination necessary to employ many of those self-same strategies on the field of battle. Also, I have a level 1 weapon, which is kind of useless. Pray keep this factor in mind and adjust your perceptions accordingly. Now, should the goblins offer battle, you are to execute combat pattern 1345, otherwise known as Stratagem Focus Fire. You and your carbuncle will concentrate your attacks on a single foe, and, one by one, dead monsters deal no damage. The enemy will wither under the combined onslaught. Probability of victory, 95%. 100% with me on the job, Clahia. Reports placed
Now- Now you are going to be level synced for this, so you will actually have to use Ruby Carbuncle.
Fair enough. Reports place the peddlers in the vicinity of the cookpot in Middle Enosia. I will depart immediately to assess the situation. Seek me out once you arrive.
It was so polite of her to just wait until you finished talking to your friends about stage plays before telling you the mission.
Right to Summerford Farms.
Welcome to the stream, Austin. Sorry about your D&D game.
Oh, that
Oh,
sucks,
that's a
Ox.
shame. Oh, good to have you here.
Definitely.
There's the dungeons and there's the dragons.
Yeah, Laura, if you ever want to see some Red Dwarf, I've got the DVDs. I could do a watch party with you.
That would be fun.
That'd be fun.
The DVD.
Whoops, flying over them.
I do not have D&D today, but I do have D&D tomorrow.
I also have it tomorrow.
I think
I
I
had
have it
D&D
later
yesterday,
today.
I'm
Yeah,
the only
Friday and
person
Sunday
in the
are
group
my
who
usual
doesn't play
days.
D&D. I want to play D&D, I just haven't had the confidence to play D&D, to roleplay in quite a while.
You really have to just see it as having fun with your friends and not as performing. Once you're able to kind of get past that block,
Yeah.
I find it a lot of fun.
Yeah, we may have discovered an NPC in our game that we very much dislike, and we may have started gaslighting her. Like, at this point, like, we are stealing all of her pens. Like, every time we end up anywhere near her, her pens are vanishing, and she doesn't know why.
Oh, have you seen that a video of somebody convincing an AI that 2 + 2 = 5?
Yes.
I mean, you can convince Excel spreadsheets that 2 + 2 = 5, because 2.4 will be rounded down to 2, and And 4.8 will be rounded up to 5, so it will display 2 + 2 = 5.
All right, we need to get better at stopping conversations when Lore actually gets to a thing. Like, it's fine to chatter while Lore is, like, walking from one location to another, but, like, let's play the game sometime.
True.
I am Forseer Clyhia of Mielvan's Gate. You are to cease all transactions and surrender your goods for inspection. Well, that's a little aggro, Clyhia. Maybe a little tact would help? Nasty, sneaky peekers. Gobby spit uplanter nosy eyes on stabby iron. A predictably aggressive response. Well, you didn't help, Clyhia. Very well, Lore. Remember what we discussed. Nope, I don't want Clyhia. I don't want Clyhia. I want the enemies. I don't have access to red carbon, so I'm just ruining these guys again. The Clyhia is doing damage about appropriate for a level 1 weapon.
Right now, the only active tabletop campaigns I'm in are Kids on Bike 1, which is focused around like a group of characters playing an ARG, which is very fun. And just Curse of Strahd campaign that's been going on for a while. What is a peekaroo? Wait, I have the entire information of everything. A rogue or scoundrel?
Where'd Clyhia go? Did she run away?
Well, she said your strategy gave her an idea, which I guess was to leave.
Must formulate a new tactic. The battlefield is yours.
Ah.
Nicely done. Adaptation, improvisation. I might have been observing our beloved Guildmaster himself in action. This was the perfect example of how the strategy for a given task should be tailored to the abilities of the assessor. In other words, before you begin formulating your tactics, it is necessary to fully understand your own strengths and weaknesses. On that note, there is another question I would ask you. When it comes to improving the probable success of a strategy, do you consider it more effective to concentrate on playing to your strengths or shoring up your weaknesses? Enhancing my strengths. Oh, again you respond as the Guildmaster once did. I must revise the probability for your potential to attain greatness to 97%. 100%, I keep telling you. You are one to keep an eye on, that much is certain. But to return to the subject of battle plans, your calculations must include an accurate assessment of your available techniques and their relative effectiveness. This requires you to be critically aware of your own limits, the limits of your allies, and the characteristics of your enemies. I believe that covers everything for today. Please return to the guild and make your report to Mistress Thubergeim. Until next we meet. I shall abide here until the Yellow Jackets arrive to take the peddlers into custody. My strategies will keep me company.
Gotta love Schrodinger's Guildmaster.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, I thought Thubergeim was the Guildmaster until Clyhia started talking about the real Guildmaster.
Might as well be.
Yeah, Yeah, she might as well be for all of the for as much as the guildmaster is a master. Ooh,
by the
child
way,
cat girl, great.
Thubirgain managed to barely wriggle her way onto the marriageable candidates list.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
Just as
We've
an
got
honorable
Ace
mention for
Smithy,
getting, like,
baby's
decent
first
number of
arcanist,
votes.
who was buck naked and just put on her arcanist clothes.
Aww.
Aw, it's always a great moment when you get a new job and are naked for a few seconds.
It's like watching a toddler's first steps.
Back from the field, Lore, Claudia contacted me with a summary of events. It seems you were treated to a lecture on knowing thyself. That particular lesson is ordinarily taught only to intermediate practitioners. Without a sufficient store of combat experience from which to draw, it is difficult to fully appreciate the profundity of such a seemingly simple truth. Nevertheless, I feel confident that you will soon be ready for a more ambitious assignment. Keep to your studies and maintain the razor edge of your mind. Got Allegan bronze pieces it is. Alright, before I continue, I'm gonna put some pizza bites in the microwave and then keep playing, because I realized about 5 minutes ago that I'm hungry because I haven't eaten anything today.
Whoops.
Whoops. So I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Right, sir. I'm just doing a dungeon with my white mage, and I just unlocked the trap. Free cure.
Oh yeah. Well, free cure is useful in a Realm Reborn when you're gear synced.
Yep.
I found that out very quickly when we were doing minimum item level, like extremes and shit.
Yeah.
Were they extremes? Minimum item level hards, or were they extremes? I forget.
They were hard.
Okay, yeah. When we were doing minimum item level stuff with lore, doing like Titan and stuff, I quickly realized, oh, I don't have as much piety as I would need. I need free cure. That's
Yeah,
that's
you don't
something.
you don't have all the freebie skills.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, and pretty much every other bit of content, there's so many players who are just like, well, I'm using cure because of free cure. It would make my cure 2s free. It's like, yeah, but by doing that, you're spending far more MP just to get to that point and putting us at a bigger risk.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back. Stuff's in the
Hello.
microwave.
Welcome back.
Yeah, by the current level of White Mage, you barely even use Cure 2.
Yeah.
You seem tired, Lore. Are you sleeping properly? One's reasoning can suffer without sufficient rest and recuperation. Well, I'm fine. Are you fine? Are your eyes okay? 'Cause I'm vim and vigor. Incarnate. Should you deem yourself fit for duty, pray make your way down to the practice floor. Forseer Claudia has requested you accompany her on another official inspection. There is, however, a requirement for your participation. The Forseer will explain the situation. All right. Down into the pit once more.
I
went to the stairs like a pleb.
Wait, there's a different way down?
There's a window. Like, I just jumped straight through the window like this.
There's a window?
Oh, you're talking about down here there's a window.
Okay.
Okay, I
Yeah,
was like,
that one.
how the hell did you get down here without taking the stairs?
Oh yeah, like to get into the pit, like Lord ran all the way around the edge stairs, and I just jumped through the window.
I just did a dungeon with a player called Mommy.
Nice.
Was it a Rogadin?
No.
Like
They were-
M-A-M-I?
Nope. Mommy.
Well, if you're confused about that name, it's basically like mummy.
Oh no, I'm aware of that.
I know, it's a goof. It's a joke.
I was beginning to think I'd miscalculated, Lore. Thank you for coming. I will soon be boarding a trading vessel suspected of smuggling. All merchant ships that make use of Limsa Lominsa's ports are subject to inspection by Mielvan's gate assessors. It is a routine I perform daily. In the case of smugglers, however, there is a 75% probability of encountering resistance. Thus, I would appreciate your muscle during this assignment. It is now that we must discuss the requirement of which you were informed. Though I have full confidence in your martial expertise, it is imperative that you first acquire the ability to summon Topaz Carbuncle. Such knowledge will be released to you contingent on your acceptance of this duty. There's my pizza bites. Gonna pull those out and let them cool. Do you accept this duty?
No.
Yes. Very good. The arcane entity given form by the Topaz geometry will further expand your offensive capabilities. With such an ally at your command, even the harshest of enemies will falter before you. Indeed, we could not conduct these dangerous spot inspections without its support. Please return to Mistress Thubergeim and inform her of your participation. I will join you once I have completed some final adjustments to my tactical formulae. Alright, back up out of the pit. Again. You have agreed to accompany the Foreseer? Then I shall gladly instruct you in the use of Topaz Carbuncle. Pray, do not hesitate to employ this entity in combat should the inspection turn sour. That's the whole quest? That's the level 15 quest?
Yeah, that's part 1 of the 15 quests.
Okay.
This is also a thing that happens quite often where the whole point of the quest is to teach you how to use the ability. So first they have to, and since it's a quest reward, first they have to finish one quest to give you the ability and then do another quest to actually do the thing.
Okay, that makes sense. The mercenaries, Geisfrin and Erstota, are here to assist with the inspection. Both are old hands when it comes to escorting Clahia during her more dangerous duties. Well met, Lore. My spells are at your disposal. I hate your mustache. This won't be the first time we're expecting trouble, but as long as we follow the Foreseer's tactics and keep a clear head, we'll come through just fine. The Morning Star is preparing to dock in Aleport. We will meet our first challenge, however, before we even board the vessel. It is almost a certainty that the merchant ship has hired a thug or two to accost us at the pier. I calculate the probability at 98%. The crew wish to avoid attacking us on deck, you see, as that would all but trumpet their criminal intentions to the world at large. Now, once we do manage to clear the rails, we will face a deck crowded with armed sailors. For a small party such as ours, the most effective strategy will be to incapacitate individual foes as swiftly as possible. Each opponent we down is one less weapon raised against us. It is imperative that we do not allow ourselves to become tangled in multiple, drawn-out skirmishes, lest we be overwhelmed. I call this stratagem Hammerfall. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one situation into the desired reality. Keep those words in mind, Lore. It is time we departed. Let us regroup before the main gates of Aleport. Alright, to Aleport, I guess. Alright, where'd you go? I see your quest marker. Aha! We're counting on you to cut us a path to the landing boat. The Force here will be safe with us. Let us be about our task. Lore, pray inform the steersman at the pier that we are ready to conduct our inspection. Should violence be offered, you are to execute stratagem Hammerfall. Do not forget, your tactics are both your shield and your weapon. I'm pretty sure my weapon is a book. Probably my shield as well.
Do you know how Arcanists and Summoner books work as weapons?
I mean, presumably you read from them. Channeling
no.
them. Really?
They have arcane sigils written into them using etherically conductive ink. As a result, you turn to the page with the spell you want, charge it with ether, and the sigils do the work and turn it into the spell.
Huh. Interesting.
It was a modernization of having to draw spell circles.
Oh, that's cool lore.
The scholar
It was
books mean
Kenny that said it to you, not yourself, but you know.
yeah, the scholar books actually do have strategy and spells written into them, though.
Cool. You're with the folks from Milvan's Gate? Hells, I knew there'd be trouble. Recognize me, do you? Carbuncle out. How do I get... how do you get the other colored carbuncles again?
Using various skills like summon ruby, it is.
Yes, they're grayed out.
Oh, you don't have your...
Do I have to do something like Outburst or whatever? Or Ether Charge?
Oh, right, yeah, you have to do Outburst first. Forgot about that.
Then it'll give you the charge to use your other carbuncles, yeah.
Wait, Outburst is the AoE one. It's
Ether charge, yeah. There we go.
And once that cooldown is finished, then yeah.
It's easy to forget that the summoner rework came with an Arcanist rework.
Mm-hmm.
I've not done low-level summoner in quite some time.
Well then, I'm certainly glad to see you can handle yourself. You'll find the landing boat just down here at the end of this ramp. I'll have no part of what comes next, though. Yeah, that's fine. So did I kill those guys? Are there just corpses on the streets of Ailport now?
Yeah, sometimes they're KO'd. In this case, they're probably KO'd.
Yeah, I think in most of our cases, unless it's like outright war that we're in, we do tend to incapacitate rather than kill.
Over the rails. Deftly handled, Lore. Once again, I am reminded of our guildmaster. So you watched. You didn't help. You just stood there and watched.
Just like with the guildmaster.
She's learned from the best. Thanks to your efficient response, we will be able to commence this inspection earlier than I had calculated. We shall board the merchant vessel out in the bay. Erstota, if you would take the rudder, The morning star awaits. So, am I getting on the boat? Are you gonna let me on the boat, or are you guys going without me? Suddenly, Leviathan. Spending a lot of effort on establishing shots of this boat.
But no expense.
Since their welcoming party at the pier failed to deter us, I expect, with a probability of 85%, that our arrival will incite further belligerence. Our objective, however, is not to trade blows, but to gain access to the hold. It may behoove us to employ stratagem hardhead. You've gotta explain the stratagems before you name them, Clahia. The aim of our opponents is to... I hate your fucking mustache. The aim of our opponents is to buy time so that suspect goods may be tossed into the ocean. I do not intend to give them that time. We will bull our way towards the cargo hold as quickly as we can. It is a tactic fraught with risk, but one that your presence makes possible. Shall we begin? Before we begin, I'm going to test my... Nope, pizza bites are still too hot. Let's do it. Nice mittens. I am Foreseer Clahia. By the authority of Mielvan's Gate, I request that you surrender your goods for assessment. Well now, your timing couldn't be worse, lass. The old door's all rusted up, you see. Bloody thing won't open. You'll have to come back another day after we've fixed the hinges. I will see that cargo now. Any vessel entering a port of Limsa Lominsa is bound by law to submit to a routine inspection. It would be really funny if it turns out the hold really is rusted shut. The law, is it? Lads, I reckon it's time our guests had themselves a little accident. Pitch 'em over the side.
So yeah, now you do have to use ether charge first. Ether charge also buffs up the damage on Ruin, so it's not like it's just there to charge up your carbuncles. That's what makes Arcanists and Summoner so fun, is that you kind of just jump from one burst phase to the next.
Yeah.
It's like, first it's your Ether Charge burst phase, then it's your Ruby Carbuncle burst phase, and it's your Topaz Carbuncle burst phase. And like by the time you get to level 90, like you have so many spells in your rotation that you are just like, you almost never cast Ruin because you're just casting all of your Super Carbuncle moves. dying. Always bad.
Oh my god, they just keep spawning. Anyone else? Duty complete. Okay, nobody else. A masterful display, Lore. Now we can finally gain access to their cargo. There's not going to be much of a point because we killed everyone on the boat. What have we here then? It's one of the bitch admiral's lapdogs scampering about me ship. Just like your mistress, always sticking your nose in where it ain't invited. Oh, she lost her book. No, it can't be. Guildmaster? Recognized me pretty face, did ye? But you were caught, exiled. Foreseer, are you hurt? Can you stand? Stay back. You stay away from me. Foreseer, please, calm down. What are your orders? Well, kill the guy, presumably. I've had enough of your whimpering. I've certainly had enough of these bloody books. It's clear you ain't learning anything from them. Whoops. Uh-oh. Claia just dives over the side. Reckon it's time you got a different kind of lesson. Aha! Claia! Nothing can preserve us. She's fainted. We must withdraw. Lore, quickly, back to the boat. We'll carry the Foreseer. Where's all this clanking sound coming from? The only one of us that has a metal weapon is Astota, or whatever her name is. Aye, that's right. You slink on back to your mistress, you worthless curs.
This is one of the more egregious examples of places where being able to switch to a higher level job feels like it should be an option, because it's like, here's your mentor having clearly a PTSD attack, and I'm just sitting here like, hey, remember how the Dark Mage quest or the Dark Knight quest started? Remember what you do to guys like him when you're Dark Knight?
Yup. Yup. And I can guess what he did to her.
Yeah, it's like I just want so badly to just pull out my fucking berserk sword and just like cleave that guy in half right at that moment. But no, it's not an option because, you know, story and whatever. But
see, I could use a fireball on him, but I think I'd want to electrocute him first.
Yeah. No, my mind goes straight to the Dark Knight because that is job.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We'll take care of Claia. You'd best return to the Arcanist Guild and report to Mistress Thubergheim. Pray return. Pray return. Pray return to the Arcanist Guild. Excuse me. It is good to see you well, Lore. Geistfried sent word ahead of your travails. An unfortunate turn of events, but considering the infamous Blackheart you faced, you might have fared much worse. Have you heard of the pirate Dos Maga? He was exiled from Limsa Lominsa some years ago, but it appears he has chosen to defy the Admiral's orders. And once more he dares lay a hand on Forseer Clyhia. The poor lass must have been terrified. If I had known Dos Maga was aboard that ship, I never would have assigned her that duty. The assessor may require some time to recover. For Clyhia, that man is a nightmare made flesh. Though her physical wounds will soon mend, there is little we can do to solve the hurt to her mind. You are concerned? Angry, mayhap? Harness that energy and channel it into your training. I predict we shall be needing your skills again before long. Alright, worse. Allagan bronze pieces. There's a Lala in the plaza named Cocoa Puffs.
That's good. Good. I like that.
Alright, I'm going to have some of my pizza bites.
Alrighty.
Burb.
You okay?
Yeah.
That's like every other time I drink water. I understand.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've been having some fun D&D games. Started a new campaign where I'm playing the Luxodon. And the Luxodon, in case you don't know, is an elephant person.
Ah,
I am playing an elephant rogue.
I see.
Yes.
I still remember the story of a guy who was playing a rogue, like half orc, half giant or something, and
Oh yeah.
apparently his method of rolling stealth was to roll intimidation and yell.
Oh yeah, I've heard
"Can't
that
see
story.
me." Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's my character. She is 8 feet tall. She is a soul knife, so she is a psychic. So she is a psychic rogue with Psylocke blades.
Honestly, one of my ideas for a character is there's that like half angel race, isn't there?
Yeah, the ASMR.
Yeah, my idea was having one of them as a wizard, like who is obsessed with like the mystical and the religious, but at the same time does not believe in any religion at all, even though he's half angel.
That's funny.
And of course, gods are literally demonstrable in the D&D universe.
Oh yeah, that reminds me of like one of my favorite characters is Sansa, the atheist paladin. And like eventually they talk him down But like, that's like you are literally wielding a sword of the cross made from the nails that crucified Jesus.
And
And you get your powers from the divine intervention of God himself. And you're an atheist?
Something I think is really clever that Pathfinder 2nd Edition does with some sub-race stuff is there are a few versatile heritages that can be taken by any ancestry.
Right.
So that includes stuff like Asamar and Tiefling. So you can be like a dwarven Asamar in Pathfinder 2nd Edition without it being any fuss. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they're sort of doing things like that in like new D&D stuff, where like races that like they're basically trying to encourage you to like imagine multiracial characters. So they like a lot of races now say you can be medium or small depending on your heritage. So like if you imagine that your parents are like half halfling and half Ganassi.
Oh, you're talking about Porterlings. Okay.
Yeah. You know, so it's like you can, it's like, yeah, you can totally make a part Tabaxi and part dwarf and have them be small sized, but just otherwise indistinguishable from a Ganassi. Or Genasi, I have no idea which is which. But either way, so like that's interesting. The other thing is, the other thing, speaking of paladins, the other day, they released the UA for D&D 1. Did any of you see this?
I haven't been paying a lot of attention to D&D 1 because they kind of lost a lot of my faith and interest with the
whole OGL thing?
whole bit. And then they backed off and everyone was like, no, but you know, it's like, I don't know if you can get my trust back that quick, Wizards.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely
it's
not.
like the fact that they rolled it back completely has me going. It's like, okay, fine. But anyway,
somebody in the marketing department got a hold of the executives who handed that order down and shook them until their brains rattled around.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That had to be, yeah.
But anyway, so on Thursday they released the notes on like the D&D 1 version of Druid and Paladin. And everybody pretty universally hates the Druid changes and loves the Paladin changes.
Yeah, didn't they nerf Druid into non-existence?
Yeah, they nerfed Moon Druids into non-existence because they nerfed Wild Shape. And Wild Shape is Moon Druid's whole bread and butter. For like other subclasses of Druids, it's fine. Like, whatever, you were only going to use Wild Shape in weird situations anyway. But for Moon Druid, like, they just made Wild Shape pretty much worse in every way. And so like Moon Druid used to be by far the best Druid subclass, and now it's probably the worst. But everybody hates it, and they're giving that feedback, so hopefully it'll be changed before the thing is published. But the thing that everybody loves is the Paladin changes, because the big thing that they changed with Paladin was that originally, Paladin's main bread and butter ability is Divine Smite, where you just make a weapon attack and you smite your foes with radiant damage.
Does Paladin in 5e still get Smite Evil, or did they phase that out in favor of Divine Smite?
No, it's just Smite.
It's just Divine Smite. And it's like they've basically been 5e rolled back on alignment-based stuff a lot. In fact, like, Protection from Good and Detect Good and Evil don't even actually detect good and evil anymore. They detect, like, Fae and Fiend-type creatures. They detect creature types that are often associated with good or evil, but they don't actually literally detect good or evil. It's kind of silly.
That seems way less useful.
It's basically detect heavy supernatural presence, which actually makes it more useful, in a sense.
Yeah, but anyway, that's all besides the point. Yeah. That's all besides the point. The big change that everybody loves with Paladin was that before in 5e, according to rules as written, and this was something that a lot of people just homebrewed away anyway, so D&D 1 is just kind of like catching up with the homebrew game. Before, Divine Smite was something you could only do with a melee weapon. So
Your fists weren't
paladins,
considered a melee weapon.
yeah, and that was the other bullshit thing, was that fists were not considered melee weapons. So if you were a paladin, you were very shoeboxed in to playing a melee fighter, because you couldn't use Divine Smite with a ranged attack weapon, and you couldn't use Divine Smite with fists either, which was a shame, because like playing like a monk paladin multi-class sounds like an interesting concept for a character, but it didn't work mechanically because of this stupid Divine Smite rule.
I'm sure thousands of DMs allowed it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Which is why in D&D 1, officially, you can now use Divine Smite with unarmed strikes, and you can use Divine Smite with ranged weapons.
Oh, they did give you Divine Smite fists in 1 D&D. Oh, cool.
Yes, that was the big change. Is that like now it's official? Now paladins can use Divine Smite with fisticuffs and with ranged weapons, which means everybody and their mother immediately start imagining paladin gunslingers, because like that's a thing now.
Boys.
Yeah, just like. Do you like Hellboy? Do you like 40K? Do you like just like cowboy? You know, like the idea of like the old West cowboy sheriff going around dispensing justice with holy vengeance. It's like, guess what? That's a thing now.
Nice.
The ranged paladin, and it's like, yes.
Very nice.
So that's exciting, and so like I also have been like thinking up a gunslinger paladin character backstory. So like that's another thing to add to my backlog of characters I would like to play someday.
And Laura, you weren't here when I mentioned that I'd been looking into Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And something I think is really neat in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, because Danny had been talking about like ASMR and D&D. Mm-hmm. In 2nd Edition of Pathfinder, there's heritages, there are ancestries, which are races, and there are heritages, which are sub-races. And there are some versatile heritages that can be applied to any ancestry. And among those are, ASMR and Tiefling and etc. Uh-huh. So basically, every single race in Pathfinder 2nd Edition gets the option to be an ASMR.
Cool.
So you could be a Catboy ASMR?
Wait, Tiefling isn't copyrighted by WotC?
No.
I thought that was a WotC invention.
I don't know.
I don't play enough Pathfinder.
So.
What, Teddy?
Yeah.
They use the word Tiefling just fine in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, so...
Huh. Weird.
Back to the game.
Yeah, it made me go AFK. Acting Guildmaster Thubergeim appears unusually distressed. Greetings, Lore. In case such doubts fill your mind, you should know that I am ever willing to lend an ear if you find your thoughts troubled. At the very least, I would have you know this, because it seems that Clyhia does not. The Force here has been missing since this morning. There have been other times when she has disappeared without a word, but we have always been able to find her. Alas, that is not the case this day. Were the Guildmaster here, he could deduce her whereabouts with nary a moment's concentration. I find myself beginning to wonder if those who devote themselves overmuch to Arcanima are more prone to bouts of wanderlust. But, while I might wish to ponder further such oddities of character, we must needs organize a search party. Would you be so kind as to make inquiries in Hawker's Alley? It is not uncommon for Clyhia's wanderings to take a path through the markets.
I'm back. Lord, do you have a ditto I could have?
I believe so. Yes, cool. I have a spare ditto. I think I actually have a spare foreign ditto.
Oh, cool. I am.
Is it our good friend Zacian.net?
No, a real one.
My godson's brother asked me to catch some Pokemon for him, so I wanted to breed some for him, so that they're not gonna be, disobedient.
Nice. You seek
Cool.
you seek a Makote agent of Mielvan's Gate? Why, yes, I have seen her. Spoke with her, in fact. She was, however, apprehended by the Yellow Jackets. Oh no, what did she do? The assessor was drilling me for details about a Kikirn smuggling ring based in Ailport, but then the soldiers arrived and took her away. If you wish to know her fate, then I suggest you speak with Gennade of the Coral Tower. Gennade?
No idea. Oh, so something funny about the last couple of quests that I wanted to mention was that back in Z-Day, before Arcanus was reworked, the Carbuncles actually did have unique abilities all their own. And so, like, the blue Carbuncle was the general AoE damage Carbuncle. Well, no, it was just the general damage Carbuncle. What the heck are these 3 Twitter tributes?
I know, right? I keep seeing them.
So
Topaz was a tank.
Anyway, where was I? I got distracted by blondes. Sorry.
Blue Carbuncle was your general damage Carbuncle.
Blue Carbuncle was your general damage. Green Carbuncle was your damage, and Topaz Carbuncle was your tank. So it actually had like tanky abilities, and so all of the quest dialogue for those quests used to be like, "Okay, remember to use your Topaz Carbuncle to defend yourself here," and that's just like not at all how it works anymore.
Yeah. The awkward thing was though when they removed carbuncles having those kind of effects, they didn't alter one of the quests that literally was entirely about using your Topaz to tank for you. As a result, that quest went from one of the easiest in the games to being an absolute wall of a challenge.
Oof.
Yeah, they fixed that eventually, I think, but it used to be a problem.
Yeah, you also used to have spells specifically based around healing and buffing your carbuncles in order to do their job better.
Well, now they don't have HP, so beautiful.
Yeah.
Forseer Clyhia. Yes, we brought her in for questioning regarding the reappearance of the pirate Dosmaga. A member of the Arcanus Guild, are you? Then I see no reason to conceal the nature of our discourse. Perhaps you are already aware of this, but the Forseer was once held captive by that rabid sea dog. Few pirates sink to such depths of depravity as Dosmaga. It has been 6 years now since he was exiled from Limsa Lominsa for engaging in the worst kind of black market trading. And now the villain has returned. He is, however, both cunning and cautious, and continues to evade our troops. Thus, we hope to borrow the knowledge of Forseer Clyhia, whose experiences have given her an intimate familiarity with the way the scoundrel operates. Intimate, huh? Ugh. At least that was our intent. After weathering a barrage of questions from the assessor, we found ourselves instead providing the details of our search. Should you wish to speak with Forseer Clyhia, I imagine she has already returned safely to your guild. Okay, so I went on a wild goose chase. Got it. Okay.
I do like that. Oh, we tried to get information out of her, and somehow we ended up being the ones giving it. Fuck. I think that's charming.
Yeah. Back already? You were led to believe she had returned here? I'm afraid not. So the Yellow Jackets told you something of her history with Dosmaga, did they? Perhaps it would be best if I told you the entire tale. Dosmaga's banishment was the result of a surprise inspection that revealed his involvement in an underground slave trade. The assessor that stepped aboard the pirates' merchant ship spoke of finding dozens of unwashed unfortunates crammed into that squalid hold. Among these prisoners was a young Makote destined for some black market auction block. Though Clyhia was initially too terrified to even speak, the guildmaster brought her out of her fearful daze with the gift of an initiate's grimoire. Yes, the selfsame tome that she has carried her entire career. and which she has now lost at the bottom of the ocean. Of course. Did you not mention that Clyhia's grimoire was thrown into the sea? There are rumors that a Kikiran merchant of ill repute has retrieved the black market goods the crew of the Morningstar heaved into the ocean. Even now he gloats over his salt-encrusted catch in Aleport. Oh, so she's trying to track the book down. Oh, man. It is entirely possible that the Foreseer's most prized possession was caught up in the Kikiran salvage net. I've no doubt now that Clyhia has reached the same conclusion. To Aleport with you, Lore. That is where you will find our wayward assessor. Back and forth we go. Back to Aleport. So you said nothing happened at Aleport, but this whole quest line has been Aleport after Aleport.
No, I said nothing happens in the other area in what's it called there? The other Aetheryte there.
Oh, you're talking about Wineport.
No,
No? Oh yeah, because there are quests that go to Wineport.
It is Swift Perch.
Yeah, Swift Perch. Pretty much nothing happens at Swift Perch.
Yes. Combat Pattern 256 should serve to cover all expected contingencies. You never know when you'll have to nullify a thaumaturge or two. My retrieval strategy is complete. Lore, it is good of you to come. I was unable to calculate for certain if you would piece together my movements in time. Very little is certain when so many variables are involved. But there is good news. This prisoner here was kind enough to confirm that the trader who salvaged the Morningstar's jettisoned cargo did indeed retrieve a tome matching the description of my lost grimoire. Lominson law and the policies of Mielvan's Gate would support the confiscation of goods connected to an official inspection, but alas, my personal belongings do not fall under that definition. Thus, I intend to launch an unofficial offensive against this black marketeer and his cronies. I mean, he's still got stuff that an official inspection would be able to take. You could just do an official inspection. The peddler has already departed for Candlekeep Key. It is time I gathered to me such allies as I possess, and I count you as one of them, Lore. Despite the nature of this endeavor, Mistress Thubergine has offered me her cooperation. If you would, pray join her at Aushon's Embrace. That is where we shall ambush this disreputable Kikir. Alright, Oshawott Embrace, let's go.
I love the Kikir and their funny rat people.
They sound so happy when you kill them.
Pretty much the only thing that happens at Swift Perch is the final stage of the ARR weapon, and that's literally like 15 minutes of a 50-hour-long quest.
Yeah.
Alright, Makai
Swift
Samurai,
Perch.
Virgil DMC, dressed like Virgil. Look at my screen.
That's a good one. I love the cosplayers in this game, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, they're
In fact,
pretty
that is a
great.
Lalafell.
Yep.
The most appropriate race for Virgil DMC.
Only the finest of them.
Oh, another thing that I thought was really smart, alongside the ASMR and Tiefling thing, is they also made Beast Folk a versatile heritage, so you can make any flavor of furry as well. They know.
Greetings, Lore. Your arrival completes our small company. You are equipped for battle, I trust. We need not await Clyhia's arrival, because she doesn't have a weapon anymore. Once the Kikiran appears on the bridge, we spring our ambush. The strategy for trapping our target relies on the 2 allies we have concealed on the other side of the ravine. This pincer maneuver was, naturally, the Foreseer's idea. As for the target himself, the Kikiern is known as a careful and cautious fellow. He travels with a small retinue so as to avoid attracting attention, but do not be fooled. More bodyguards follow at a distance and will likely join the fray after hostilities ensue. Do not, however, expect any assistance from the Yellow Jackets. They cannot be seen aiding us in what amounts to a personal matter, but they are willing to turn a blind eye for Clyhia's sake. They know what happened to her, and they're willing to help her out. And, well, as much as they can. That's pretty cool of them. In any case, the Foreseer's tactics account for our limited numbers and individual strengths. Victory is all but assured. Now, let us take up our positions and wait for the Kikiern to arrive.
Virgil DMC just reminded me of how much fun,
How much what?
how much fun I've been having with Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, well, like, for me especially, the thing that, like, makes it fun is that, like, I always have a problem with action games because I never get the timing of anything. Like, I mean, okay, how long is the wind-up for this enemy attack? How much time do I have to mash up this combo? You know, how fast is fast, you know, in this such and such scenario? And the answer to all of those questions in Hi-Fi Rush is on the beat. Stay on the beat, and you will win.
Yeah, it's such a well-designed system. And the fact that literally everything visibly acts on the beat. It's not just your it's not just your helper bot or your bottom of the screen tick 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 thing. Everything in the environment moves to the beat, so you can just look around and you'll be back on track.
I remember hearing back in the day that when they were originally making Arkham Asylum, they were planning on making it a rhythm game, and I imagine it would have very much like this if they had gone in that direction. And apparently whoever pitched that idea was just way ahead of their time, because here we are now, a decade and a half later, and we finally have the rhythm action game.
Kubergein the Transpicuous?
Yeah.
That's her title?
Not suspicious.
Cute.
Trans icon. Transgender? No.
Morning calls for cool fantasy classes. Or maybe it's more titular.
Morning cam as she runs at somebody with an axe. Well, combat pattern 158.
Focus on the conqueror. Block their heels.
At least somebody's like, oh right, we haven't taught them a thing. Okay, apparently conspicuous means easily understood. I mean, she did give us like the first direct instruction of this entire quest line.
Interesting to have a word that defies itself. language is fascinating.
Yeah. Sucks to have it. That really long word, that fear of long words.
Like hippopotamonstrosophobic.
Why are you guys running in opposite directions? Oh, Thubergeim just had an AI freak out. Okay.
That's how I'm going to explain it when I start going the wrong way to go somewhere. Sorry, I'm a pathfinding messed up.
Fahia's Grimoire! Duty completed!
Just a little wet. Still good, still good.
I mean, apparently it's runes inscribed and not ink, so I wouldn't expect
Well,
it
it's
to
like
wash away.
special ink, so I'm assuming the ink is like
Yes,
waterproof or something.
etherically conductive ink.
Ah. Well executed, everyone. Were you able to retrieve my grimoire? Lore, pray, hand over the tome. Hey, here's your magic book. Which came out much more condescendingly than I meant it to. It's ruined. My wonderful grimoire is ruined. The probability of repairing this degree of damage is 0%. Even the most brilliant strategy cannot undo such ravages of seawater.
I mean, the actual shapes seem alright on it. We can see them.
I have never felt so defeated. I believe it is time I returned home. Poor Clya. Leave her be. But how can I? He is right, Erstotha. You must allow Clya time to process the loss. And you have other matters to which you must attend. Come, Lore, it is time we return to the guild as well. I'm running out of room for weapons. I gotta get rid of some of these grimoires. Back to Limsa, and then we'll stop by the markets, and I'll dump some weapons into the inventory of my retainers.
All those Arcanist weapons you've been picking up, you can just sell.
Yeah, but I don't want to spend the time on stream to do that. I'll do that off stream.
That's fair.
There's a summoning bell. There it is. So you're saying this is a low population for Limsa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, because the market boards are literally right next to the main aetherite, this tends to be a place where a lot of people go to by default.
They also love to like idle pose here or go here to find RP opportunities.
Limsa being the most expensive place to teleport to of the main cities usually because it's always off on its own. I have a habit of just not going there.
Well, this is my grand company place, so I always have the like Maelstrom Aetherite tickets.
Yeah.
Mine's in on my main. I'm in Immortal Flames. So
Ulda.
yeah, but also for the longest time.
Oh yes, the Immortal Flames Aetherite tickets. They saved you an entire 30 seconds of a walk.
Yeah, for the longest time I was living personal home in the Goblet and FC home in the Goblet, so it was very cheap to get to all there.
after like a year and a half of one in Ishgard. And I'm trying to get one in Shirogane, but haven't had any luck so far.
Yeah. Shirogane is such a high demand housing area.
Yeah, because it's the prettiest zone, like by far.
I think
In
Lavender
some
Beds is
people's
prettiest.
IMOs. I think that oh God, I forgot the name of the area, but you know, the place where our FC house is.
Mist.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
yeah.
the Mist is the prettiest area. I love the
Yeah,
chalky white cliffs.
yeah, Mist is
I
up
love
there,
the
too.
seaside.
Yeah, you're right. I think it is kind of like up between Mist and Shirogane. The
Well,
reason I'm not shopping so hard for Mist is because my FC house is there, so
I mean,
point doubling up.
I really like Lavender Beds with all the pretty flowers and everything.
I've
I
only
mean,
ever been to Mist. I should check the others out sometime.
Yeah, I mean,
They each have their own sort of charm.
They do.
Yeah. my mansion back on my server is literally on the top of a gigantic tree stump. I have to use a bridge to get to it, and I've got a beautiful little bit that sticks out, so I can walk over and look at the waterfall.
Nice. Not quite the victory we imagined, was it? The moment Clahia beheld her soaked and tattered grimoire, you could see the light of hope die in her eyes. There is, however, something we can do. I will call on your aid soon, but in the meantime, you would be well served to deepen your knowledge of Arcanima. We could always get the Guildmaster to give her another one.
Wouldn't have the sentimentality there.
Well, yes, but then nothing's going to have the sentimentality of that one. But she respects him immensely, so a replacement from him would carry more weight than, say, me finding one for her.
True enough.
That's the level 20 quest. Let's see the level 25 quest. Have you come to ask about Clahia's condition? The Foreseer is unchanged. She walks about as if all the joy in life has been leached from her soul. I believe the only one who can help her now is the same person who broke Clahia out of her shell the first time, our absent Guildmaster. And though I am leery of the coincidence, the man himself has at long last been spotted. Should you seek out his last known location, it is unlikely he will still be there. And even should you catch him, he may not deign to speak with you. Nevertheless, this may be our only chance. Pray, travel to Memaroon's trading post in Upper Lanosia and speak with anyone who might have seen the Guildmaster. Oh, and one more thing. Though he prefers us not to use it for some inexplicable reason, our leader's name is Crid Tia. That's why he's so snooty all the time. He has to have some compensation for not being allowed to fuck.
Plus, he has the name Crid.
You're right. That's way more relevant to him not being allowed to fuck than than Mikote traditions.
You can call me Crid. Yeah. Yeah.
Even when you get to the affectionate part, once you get close enough to drop the clan letter, you still want rid of him.
Wait, there's guys up on the parapets here? Snyro? That's a much worse name than Crid.
I will say Nairo by itself is better than Rid by itself.
Yeah, but Snyro.
That's awfully confident coming from Floor.
Hey, I'm not a Mikote. I'm not bound by the prefixes.
William.
I have nothing to say to you.
I think Teddy broke.
Afternoon,
fine, we're
miss.
just-
I was the one who sent word to your guild about spotting your leader. It's a right rare sight to see Crintia roaming about. He asked me to wait at Thalios. Could be he was seeking to speak with the scholar who lives out there. Right? Are these dragon bones?
We're not entirely sure what it's from.
Something
Looks
big.
more like a sea creature.
Yeah, because those arm bones certainly look quite whalish.
Maybe it's like a creature that got beached after the flood subsided or something.
Yeah.
It could even be the creature that inspired the Sahagins' belief in Leviathan.
Leviathan, yeah.
Yeah,
It
that's
does look very sea monster-y.
Tanga
Yes,
Tonga!
but yeah, or if you fly up to where I am, get a look my angle. It's very.
Did not catch much of that.
If Lore comes and flies over to my position, this angle.
the overhead view will make it look like a big old monster.
Gotcha. Hello there. Why, yes, I did receive a visit from a gentleman identifying himself as the Arcanist Guildmaster. An odd fellow, but obviously possessed of a well-rounded education. As it so happens, he bid me pass on a message to anyone who came searching for him. Reunited, the 3 slips of parchment hold the problem to the solution. The Guildmaster mentioned that the slips of parchment are concealed among the bones of Thalios. I suppose you are expected to search for them. Yay! Dirty rat! Alright, where's Minda?
Right back. Right.
Oh, yeah, that is a whale arm. Huh. Interesting.
How cool is it that they recently gave us another whale Pokemon?
Yeah, those are pretty cool. I am a little
Oh, I was
sad
talking
though.
about Titan.
Oh, fair enough. Yes, the Titan is pretty neat.
Dundozo would be a great name for a Lalafell.
Andoza Dozo?
Yeah.
I am a little sad that Dundozo isn't a Whiscash evolution. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, hell yeah! A Whiscash evolution! And then I got to it, and it was completely different and completely unrelated.
I do
And-
love the Gen 2 evolutions we got, though.
Oh, yes, definitely. Especially Dunsparce.
Yes. Origiraph's very clever, and Dunsparce is just... Dunsparce already kind of looks like a drinky old man, and Dunsparce looks even more like one.
Dunsparce is one of the funniest jokes Pokemon has ever told.
And they
It's-
told the joke while making it useful, so...
Alright, where is this piece of parchment? These kobolds are just doing their thing.
I think it's right in the spine of the.
Aha! How are you supposed to get here without falling or flying? It's just supposed to fall off, alright.
With
Yeah, pretty
style.
much. Yeah. The fall won't kill you.
Oh, no, definitely not, but seems odd level design.
Had to
screw
do
you.
something to pad out their content. I love Lore just being high level and geared up enough to just ignore the AoEs.
Enjoy that while it lasts.
Need to fill out that Pokemon sheet? I did, and I posted it in Pokemon chat and in general chat in Alt-Gen.
And then maybe do it.
I lack the attention span and decisiveness to do that.
Yeah, I saw you posted a partial.
I don't think I did.
Who posted the partial then? Huh.
I don't know. Laura
yep,
caught me with it
Panther
while I
Slap.
was at work, so I wasn't.
Huh. There's a corpse here.
Named Panther Slap.
Yeah, I tried throwing him a resurrection.
Yeah.
Well, he is AFK.
Rude.
I wonder if he slaps panthers or if he is slapped by panthers.
Cock blocked. What happened there was Danny was trying to cast Resurrection the long way, and I just came up and did instant cast Resurrection.
I think my macro carried over.
The TLDR of mine, Count Bob, is that Typhlosion is my favorite Pokemon.
Oh. Interesting.
I'm a Quilava fan, but my
But
Lotic-
yeah, it's a pretty cool Pokemon sheet with cool interactivity. If you can find mine, tell me what you think of it.
When Lore first linked it to me, he just linked it to me saying, "This is pretty cool, check it out." And I was like, okay, so Lore must have gotten tricked by a spam bot and gotten his account still.
Oh,
Yeah,
ye
I was-
of little faith.
I was thinking that as well. That's why I asked what it was at first.
And my exact words were, "Dude, check this out."
Yeah, that's
Yes.
incredibly sus. I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's
really
what
was.
that's what I talk like.
Yes, but it's also how a spam bot would send a random link to somebody.
Exactly. I'm glad it's not just me then.
Thank you, God.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Not gonna lie.
God damn it! God damn it!
Check this out. Everyone's just like, okay, what happened?
I thought the same thing, but I was on my work.
Thought the same thing. What?
When he was at work.
Oh yeah.
I was at work, so I didn't give a fuck if it had a virus.
You guys should know me better than that. To think that I'd get tricked like that.
Listen, I don't think I'm above getting tricked, so I certainly don't think my fucking friends are above getting tricked.
I've been fished before.
Yeah.
I haven't. In my entire 20-year history with the internet, I've never fallen for a phishing scam. So I've got that one over you, Danny.
I haven't fallen for a phishing scam before, but I have, like, intentionally walked into one of those, like, send me money and you'll get a lot of money thing, just because I wanted to see, like, how exactly the machinations of it worked, and the first amount they asked for wasn't huge, so I'm like, okay, it's like paying to see a movie or whatever. So I walked right into it, and I was just like, okay, I know this is a scam, but here. And it was like, okay, now to make it really work, you have to send me more money. And I'm like, yeah, I figured.
Yeah, me, Melania, and Minder are just reverse bullying Panther Slap. We're just giving them resurrection after resurrection.
Oh
Great.
man, do they keep the pop up when they get back from AFK, or does that go away after a little while?
The pop-up lasts 60 seconds.
Oh, that's a shame. It would be really funny if they got back and there was a pop up and they went, huh, accept, or decline. Wait, decline.
Fine.
Yeah, that was
Decline. Decline!
No, I want to be dead. Leave me alone.
Have you tracked down those 3 slips of parchment? Both sides are filled with letters and markings unlike any you have seen in Eorzea. Interesting. They actually exist. To be perfectly honest, I thought you had been sent on a wild dodo chase. Let's have a look at these, shall we? Well, well, penned in ancient Allagan, no less. Fortunately for you, I have a passing familiarity with the script. Seek the box at Fool Falls. Dance a jig for your wooden audience. Claim the secret from the opened heart. Okay, dancing a jig for a wooden dummy. He's gotta be just waiting there watching, right? Like he's just sitting there awaiting you, hidden, hoping that you'll dance like an idiot for a target dummy. A most cryptic set of instructions, I must say. Do you intend to follow them? This guildmaster of yours certainly enjoys his games. Dance before the old wooden box at Fool Falls. Grimoire Fandango, come on.
Just know
You've got to pay attention to the quest names. They're
I
always
really do.
just...
I mean, it is at Fool Falls. So what better place to be a fool?
Okay, so slash dance is in my emotes. Can I access my emote wheel?
in your
there is the social tab.
Yeah.
One way to get there.
yeah. Okay, I think 7,000 cc's of pure life is just not quite working out. We may have overdosed him.
But he really is a good slap.
The box rattles and thumps about as if something within seeks to be freed. It appears the lid has been loosened somewhat. Oh.
Oh god, I'm
Thanks, Crid. Oh, that actually did damage to me. Ooh.
Now, this is the level 25 quest, so things are going to start actually doing damage to you.
okay, fine, the waterfall, but there is nothing in there.
Nothing in here yet.
Well, I suppose there's me.
There's nothing in there.
More tree slugs pop out. Find a slip of parchment inside the box. If there are answers you would seek, then to the trading post now go. Before the owner, be not meek. With your 2 feet, provide a show. Oh, he's making me dance for people now? Come on.
Between this guy and Graha Tia, like, Tia's just seem to have, like, a thing for being really eccentric.
I think just cat boys in general are like that.
Hello. To be fair, I'm not. My main's not a tier. Mostly because he's a moon cat.
Alright. Emotes. Imagine doing this quest before you could fly. Oof. Ah, now that was most entertaining. I must have something to amuse me during these little jaunts back to civilization, you understand. Alright, so he's perched like Minda. Is that a Tia thing? Based on my evaluation of your abilities, however, I calculated that you would arrive at this point somewhat earlier. You balked at the dancing, didn't you? I never expected you to be so shy. No, screw you! I danced my heart out. Half-heartedly, but still. Another variable to add to your list of characteristics. I keep extensive mental notes of all the guild's members, you see. How? You're never around. As an arcanist, it was a simple matter to engineer events so that I might meet you face to face. After all, strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. Also, I was right. He was sitting hidden watching.
Yep.
And I do so enjoy seeing others dance in the palm of my hand, as it were. Here, you may have this. Think of it as payment for your performance. Now don't walk away! We've got shit to talk about! Though you might consider passing the tome on to Clyhia. That is the reason you sought me out, was it not? Before you give Clyhia the grimoire, however, I must insist that you dance for her. I will know if you don't. I don't believe you. Oh, this banal interaction has simply exhausted me. It is time I return to my studies. Fuck you! You do not know how to talk to people. No, the Arcanist Guild is better for not having you around.
That would explain why he never talks to people.
You, on the other hand, should travel forthwith to the Anchor Yard in Limsa Lominsa. Be well, Lore. We shall meet again.
I hope you really like this NPC, Lore.
Oh, no.
You will never see him again.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank fuck.
Put so much importance
I'm
on him.
100% certain we will meet again. Leaves and never comes back.
Watch, he's gonna be at the end of the Endwalker X quest. The final boss. I'm 100% certain of it. 100% certain you can kiss my ass.
Laura, look where he was sitting a second ago. Look up. The Tia sit is now canon.
So funny to me that this guy just shows up, promises you'll see him again, and then never
just... And they put so much emphasis on this guy, and he's just gone.
So fucking funny.
Anyway, to the Arcanist Guild, I believe, right?
Nope, to the Anchor Yard.
Which is in Limsa, I think.
Well, yes. This is the next part of Limsa, I guess.
And I think Aft Castle is the closest place. That part of Limsa does not have enough dirt shards.
There really should be one at the like, rather than the Aft Castle, there should be one at the Wench and one at the Blacksmith's Guild.
Yeah. Or like
You
one
know-
at the Aft Castle and then one at the gate. Something like that. I don't know.
I never really got a good idea of where like the actual residential areas in Limsa are. Because like the mists are for like adventurers.
Yeah.
So, like, where are the actual residential areas in Limsa Laments? Are they just scattered around behind doors we can't go through, or...?
They're on the boats.
Probably. I mean,
Everyone in Limsa lives on a boat.
probably, honestly.
Technically, yes. What do you think the stuff you walk on that's attached to the big pillars are?
Oh, yeah, the Limsa was built out of a shipwrecked boat.
Yeah.
Really?
It got crashed against these rocks and stuck there, so they just built around it.
Yep.
You can see it in some of the like buildings and such. There's a lot of like boat elements.
Huh.
Yeah.
That is actually like that's always like an interesting thing in that like there is very rarely like a clear residential zone in an MMO city that you can visit. I mean, or if there are, it's like 2 houses, and it's the only 2 houses with NPCs that give you quests, and it's just sort of it's just sort of like a thing you have to accept with like city design, because having an entire having like several city blocks with like nothing to interact with would be a bit of a waste.
It goes all the way
it's just
back
a
to me playing
distraction
Oblivion 15 years, almost 20 years ago. Jesus Christ. And looking around the Imperial City and realizing that this is not a one-to-one representation of the Imperial City. This is a condensed thing that is meant to be representative of the Imperial City, but the actual Imperial City has whole districts just full of houses and shops and palace grounds.
Yeah, like that was one thing about that was there was a Warcraft movie also almost 10 years ago now. Jesus.
Oh God, really? Was it that far back? Wasn't it like 2018?
I think it was like 2014 or 15, right?
I'm gonna look that up.
I can check.
Time keeps on slipping.
Into the
2016?
future.
Okay, so 2016, so 7 years ago, which is still pretty close to 10 years ago.
Good God.
But you do get like a little glimpse what Stormwind and Ironforge would realistically look like, with like the wide views of like cities that look like proper cities. And that was cool, and it was like one of the only cool things about the that movie, because the rest of it was pretty mediocre.
Yeah, I heard it was just kind of half-hearted.
It was extremely meh.
Still had a better story than the original Warcraft game did, though.
The only footage I've seen from the
original
movie...
Warcraft game was a video game. I mean, come on.
It was a video game.
They could only
What?
do so much with 1994 technology to tell a story.
Wow, it was 94? I thought it was late 90s.
I think so.
The only footage I've seen from the Warcraft movie, and you're about to be like, of course that's the only footage you've seen, Teddy.
Yeah, the big orcs, right?
Yes, just the big orcs.
94. Yeah, I was spot on with that time, 94.
Good God.
I mean, we had some great some games.
Released in the EU in 95. So,
I was 6 years old.
Yeah.
I had just entered kindergarten.
I was 4.
6 years older. You're 4. How are you older than me, Danny? What the hell? It's weird. It's 1994, right?
Yeah, I'm 32.
That's so strange. You feel younger than me for some reason.
Anyway.
Alright. My mind is ordinarily a whirlwind of probabilities and feints and counterattacks. And now there is naught but silence. What's it like? I can't stop thinking. I have tried to stop thinking, like to clear my head, to I was curious about meditation and the idea of just thinking about nothing, or rather not thinking and just relaxing. And I've tried to clear my head. I can't stop thinking.
Me neither.
I don't know how you're supposed to do it. I can't stop.
The way I'm able to do something that's like an approximation is if I go on a walk.
And it's the case of the neurodivergent. We just don't turn off.
Basically, involve yourself in something that doesn't require heavy thought and just kind of like let yourself observe the world around you is the closest thing I've ever achieved to like quote-unquote meditation.
It's like, I have trouble getting to sleep. Well, just stop thinking about things and just
Lord,
drift off.
yeah.
It's like, how?
How?
Yeah, when I was growing up, my parents kept claiming when I had trouble sleeping, "Oh, you're not trying to sleep," and I'm like,
What's that mean?
"Yeah, it was something else."
When I go to sleep, I close my eyes, I bury my head in my pillow, and I start doing, like, fantasy adventures in my head until I pass out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The oxymoron of trying.
Trying to relax. Trying so hard.
Thinking yourself into not thinking.
It's like, often when I'm trying to sleep, I'm just like, I'm there, and suddenly I realise my teeth are clenched, my fists are clenched. Like, why am I not relaxed?
Something that I don't know if you've tried this before, Danny, but if you like tense and then release all of the parts of your body, starting from your feet, going up to your shoulders, and then going back down, you can release a lot of that tension. It's helped me a lot before because I have the same issue when I lay down. That might help you out if you haven't tried it before.
I've tried it before, it's not quite stoked.
Yeah, Minda's keeping us on track, as is his job.
Taskmaster.
He's our babysitter.
I do what I can.
This is how it once used to be, and perhaps how it will always be from now on. Oh, right, I got to fucking dance for her, right.
Everybody in this group is a little ADD, and I try to be...
Excuse me, I'm a little ADHD.
Okay.
I'm ADHD as well, but it's part of the umbrella.
Yeah.
Were you always one for dancing? I don't recall any such you have met with our guildmaster, haven't you? Have you met with the guildmaster? No.
Unfortunately.
Yes. That would explain your odd behavior. He does so enjoy seeing people perform unexpected acts of frivolity. But what could have spurred our reticent guildmaster to speak with you in person? He gave you this grimoire to give to me? Uncanny. It is identical to the tome I received the first time I ever met our leader. Hate to break it to you, but those are mass-produced, Clahia.
Yeah, you literally can probably buy one.
He's basically just giving you kitchen knives out of his cutlery drawer.
It's a level 1 grimoire, Clahia. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I'm not even joking. Pretty sure, like, the exact, like, model that you handed to her is, like, in the weapons vendor in the marketplace.
For, like,
the guildmaster going door to door selling those.
Well, it won't be
multi-level
60
marketing
gil. It'll
kitchen
be
knives.
like, it'll be like 16,000 or 1,600 gil, but that's still nothing.
I don't think it would be that much for level 1 weapon. I'll go check.
Well, the new one is clearly an upgrade one. Like the one that, like, if you look at it, it's clearly not another level 1 tome. It looks like a level 25 tome or so.
Ah.
And those sell for 1,600 gil, that's it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have my thanks, Lore. The Guildmaster is fond of games and mischief, and I understand the troublesome trials he likely put you through before deeming you worthy of his attention. With this gift, however, his message to me is abundantly clear. I am to shape reality into the one I desire. Hell yes! And that means defeating Dos Maga. Are you sure you're up to that? Gods, my mind is alive again with strategies. I must have time to think. Pray inform Mistress Thubergeim of my return to duty. You got it. Hell yes. Reshape the world in your image.
Honestly, just sounds like she's turning into a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure villain at this point.
I reject my reality, or I reject. You get the quote. I reject your reality and substitute my own. There we go.
Everyone should want to reshape the world in their own image. It's healthy. It's a healthy amount of ego to have. Great amount of self-confidence.
The world is already shaped in my image. I did it. I won. What do you... Everyone already thinks exactly like me, and I won't hear anything different.
Well, the amazing religion of Teddyism.
Excuse me, it's not a religion, it's a cult.
Oh, okay.
Because cults are cool.
How does it fare on the bite model?
On the what?
The bite model.
Never heard of it.
It's the
I would love to learn something new, though.
it's the psychological structure, psychology structure used to determine whether or not something is a cult. BITE stands for behavior control, information control, thought, I think it's thought control, and emotion control. Most
Tens in everything. He excels at all of them.
Yeah, most cults score quite highly in most areas.
I'm not sure where I want to take the bit, so I'm just going to throw it to the wind here.
Clahia has recovered from her despondency. This is wonderful news, and we have you to thank for it. Yes, give me the credit instead of your stupid guildmaster.
Who? Never heard of the man.
Thubergeim has the word guildmaster as her title. Was it always like that, or was she acting guildmaster?
I think it was
always
like
Guildmaster.
Huh.
Yeah,
It would be funny if it switched from acting guildmaster to guildmaster after he disappeared from the story forever.
It is unfortunate, however, that both Clahia and our guildmaster are possessed of such impenetrable personalities. But at least in the case of the Foreseer, we have an inkling as to the nature of the cage that imprisons her. I continue to hope that her partnership with you shall gradually pry those bars apart. Return to your training, Lore, and prepare yourself for the demanding tactics Clahia is sure to formulate in the days ahead. Yeah, well, she's just going to have me hit things with magic. It's kind of what I do. Alright, I've spent enough time training Thubergeim. Let's do the level 30 quest. I've been expecting you, Lore. As ever, Clahia's predictions prove accurate almost down to the moment, and her mind is especially sharp with such a dangerous confrontation in the offing. The Yellow Jackets have contacted us with word of Dosmaga. It appears his merchant vessel is presently anchored off the coast of Bloodshore. Once the pirate's business there is concluded, rumor has it that he intends to embark on an extended voyage to the east. It will be some time before he returns once more to Limsa Lominsa. If we pass up this opportunity, Clahia will lose her chance to settle the score with Dosmaga, and we risk the Foreseer stumbling once more into blackest melancholy. Simply getting close enough to Dosmaga will prove difficult. Clahia has, however, already formulated a solution and has set her grand strategy into motion without consulting us. She told us after the fact. Your first task in this undertaking is to travel to Costa del Sol and deliver this set of directions to a fisherman by the name of Rilzern. See, why can't more fantasy people be named Rilzern? There's a hell of a name. More instructions will be forthcoming. From Rilzern. Who knows what's going on more than I do. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, Costa del Sol.
The Guildmaster acting master thing just reminded me of how in the new Call of Duty game that came out last, Modern Warfare 2 remake, I think is what it was, or whatever.
It's
the
a
new
new
Call of
it's a
Duty-
new Modern Warfare that's a sequel to the reboot.
Yeah,
I think.
and it's like they call it Modern Warfare 2, but it's not actually a remake of Warfare 2. It just has the same name because it's a sequel to the remake. Whatever, it's weird. Like it's like looking at it seems like what happened. Modern Warfare remakes are remakes in the cinematic sense of the word.
Yeah, I was gonna
Because,
say
like-
the same thing. It's like how they name movies.
Yeah, because like normally with video games, when they remake a actually remake it fairly one-to-one, maybe updating the mechanics a little bit for modern standards. But with Modern Warfare, it's like it's a remake in the cinematic sense, where it's like it's the same characters and vaguely the same plot, but it's a completely different beast.
But
But
it makes
anyway,
sense to name it in the cinematic remake sense as well.
yeah.
Modern Warfare
that's
20
separate.
whatever.
Yeah. But anyway, in the new Call of Duty game, it's a thing where like ally subtitles are always blue and enemy subtitles are always red. So there's one cutscene where like the bad guys suddenly but inevitably betray you, and in the middle of the cutscene, their captions go from blue to red.
Oh, that's cool.
Like, and it's specifically in the line where it becomes clear that they are now your enemy. They all of a sudden snap from blue to red captions.
That's
and it's kinda
cool.
neat.
It would have been really funny if their captions were just red the entire time and they didn't make a fuss about it.
That would be funny.
I think it would be coolest if it changed word to word, like halfway through the line it changed from blue to red.
Yeah, I think that might actually be literally two lines on the same screen, and one of them is blue and one of them is red. But anyway,
What is it you want, lass? As you can see, I've me hands full with me fishing. Ah, thanks for that. I've been told to expect you. Here, you're to take one of me earrings and deliver it to the cook up a Luna. Uppy Lona. Say it right, Lore.
oh yeah, and as Milena pointed out, we did see a baby Arcanist get level 1 in that job, or class rather, while we were in
That's
there.
true. I've
Again?
seen that.
Yeah.
Man, I thought it was cool enough that we saw one happen.
Yeah.
I'm just impressed that you got Melena's name right.
I'm learn eventually.
I'm learned.
And Milena.
Damn it! I was hoping no one would notice. I was hoping to squeak by.
I didn't
Oh,
even
it was
realize.
intentional!
Yeah. It's the way it's pronounced according to Danny.
Yes, and how might I help you? Master Gigaruju is expecting his breakfast any moment now. Herring so fresh it still flaps its fins in one final desperate attempt to propel itself from your pack through the air and back into the sweet salt water it once called home. A fresh herring? Why, the master does enjoy a bite of broiled fish of a morning. This might even earn me a few extra coins for this week's wages. Well, you have earned yourself one of my homemade eel pies. I should tell you, though, your arcanist colleague was quite insistent that you take the pie to Master Gigaruju, rather than scoff it down yourself. That is okay. I don't like fish. Yo, Gigaruju, I got some fish for you.
Just in general, or?
I have tried various types of fish, and I haven't found one I liked.
Only one I
Just up to
found
your
I liked
palate,
is
that makes
haddock.
sense.
Huh?
Only one I found I've liked is haddock, and even then it's just like, this is okay.
I feel like fish needs the right accompaniment. I don't like stuff like baked fish and such very much, but I do like fish in like a poke bowl or on sushi.
I grew up with like My grandparents had a cottage, and we would fish for like perch and bass, and then cook them
That's
up.
very cool. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, it's a good way to grow up.
I'm glad.
The most fishing I ever did was at my grandma's house when I was like 10. I was given a little stick with a little string on it and a fish hook on it with no bait, and I just stuck it in the water, and I went back and forth until I finally snagged a fish by the side of the face, and I feel so bad about it in retrospect, but I
To be
caught a
fair.
fish.
To be fair, fish eat other fish.
Oh, I didn't eat the fish. I just threw it back. I'm talking about hooking
Oh.
a fish in the side of the face is what I feel
Oh, I
bad
see.
about. And what brings you to my, and I use the term facetiously, humble abode, dear madam? Oh, such a heavenly aroma. Is that you? Tell me about your perfume, madam. Are you, perchance, carrying an eel pie about your person? Nope, it's my perfume. Eau de eel.
Oh, damn it! He beat you it.
How commendable that you should research the delicacies that tickle my fancy before daring to intrude upon my most ponderous of ponderings. Speaking of ponderous, well, I was speaking of it at least, I have a hefty purse of gil to persuade you to relinquish your claim on that pastry. I'm a millionaire. If Clyhia wanted money for something, why not just ask me to pay for it? Well, I guess I am only level 20, level 30.
Yeah, the way this game treats gil is very funny because you never, ever, ever have to spend gil in like a quest. And it's very funny because there are obviously situations like if you could just throw money at a problem, you would fix it. It's like, oh, we can't afford to buy this thing. It's like, I have $50 million in my pocket. Why are we messing around with quest item bag full of coin? You know, it's like, no, just I can pay for this myself. It's really not an issue. And I know why they do it, because players might not have the money, and then they would be locked out because of stuff that they can't really control. But
it would be funny if there was a quest that required you to pay gil to take part in it.
Yeah.
That would be pretty funny. And it would be kind of an aspirational bit of content where you had to earn your way, but...
Yeah, it's like, if it were like a side quest that cost 10 million gil to complete like that, yeah, I could see that being cool.
I could also see that just being fun in like a single player game where it's like you could go and do this big complicated thing, or you could just pay.
Yeah. There is something vaguely like that in Ishgard, because last year when they opened up Ishgard housing, they fucked it up royally, and a bunch of people accidentally got houses for free because the system basically bugged out and gave them the house without actually taking the money out of their wallet. And so, to fix that, because Square Enix is very, very, very opposed to just reaching into your character profile and pulling stuff out of it, they didn't just, pull the 3 million gil out of people's wallet who accidentally got the free house. Instead, they put an NPC in the housing ward, and it will sell you a little poster for 3 million gil. And the poster is just like a little tiny 1 foot by 2 foot thing. It looks very silly. It's just a little picture of a guy bowing like in a Japanese apology. And it's literally just there to it's pretty much just honor system. If you got a house for free, buy this poster, and you'll spend 20 million gil for this little poster that says you accidentally got a house for free.
And you're
that's a fun way to do it.
Yeah.
A slightly less fun example was when the recent Ultimate happened. The team, it's like the guild, or the FC or group, whatever, that eventually got the world first record, did so by cheating. They were using a map hack they were using a camera hack to get a better view of the battle arena, so they could see all of the attacks that were coming in. And once Square Enix figured that out, they obviously had to punish the people who were, modding the game to cheat. But the players who weren't using the camera hack, they instead sent them a message saying, "We are asking you to delete the gear that you got from this encounter," because they could have just gone in and do that, but they don't want to do that.
Yeah,
But it still felt weirdly passive aggressive. Please click the delete button on this weapon that you have, which through no fault of your own you acquired through cheating.
Yeah, they did remove the title and the glamour plate stuff from them though.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense, though. That's purely cosmetic, so.
Yeah.
Of all the situations where mods aren't worth a ban, I think this one probably is for the people who actually use the map hack. Did they get banned?
Yeah. I believe so. They didn't say, because they said we do not publicly discuss, punishments, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But probably those players did probably get some banned or some kind of.
What has happened is a lot of them have deleted their characters because they got harassed by they were on a Japanese server and they got harassed by the Japanese player base until they eventually quit.
Yeah.
The Japanese player base is very anti-cheating. Very.
Yeah. So it was just kind of a unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the game.
This time Mindo was the one.
Yeah.
One of us.
Yeah.
One moment, if you will. I have been instructed by Milvan's gate assessor to hand over this message to whoever delivers an eel pie to Master Gigaruju. She could have just sent me to you. Take the purse you received from Master Gigaruju and hand it to the dancer Eldgith as she prepares to return home. Clyhia. What the fuck is the point of this daisy chain? Does it matter that it's a purse from Gigaruju? Can't I just pay her? I swear, there better be a point to this, Clyhia. Yes, if you're looking for a dancer, then I would first see your coin. I've 3 children to feed and no time to waste on idle chat. Oh my, that is quite a purse. My precious darlings will eat like kings this week. It's such a simple job as well. I was told to expect you, you see. In return for the coin, I am to give you these. The leather satchel is from your Mikote friend, and the pareo is from me. That last item you are to deliver to Drogo, Cal Drogo, the warehouse foreman. What is a pareo?
So look. Paria. Oh, it's a type of wraparound skirt.
Oh.
Fashionable.
Indeed.
I ain't got time for the likes of you. If I don't get me work squared away soon, the master will have me dead on a pike. Huh? You got something for me, you say? Hey now, ain't this Eldgith's pareo? The Mikote lass said someone would be bringing me a gift when I couldn't refuse, and stick me with a pitchfork if she weren't telling the God's own truth. Here, you're supposed to have this bottle of wine. Take it to the Flying Shark and pour a cup for the sailors with a drink in there. That's what she told me to tell you, Andy Road. I'd watch me back if I was you, though, lass. Them sailors are the meanest bunch of cutthroats I ever did see.
One of the funny things about the Ishgard housing situation is I remember seeing pictures on Reddit of people who just got those posters and just bought like a couple dozen of them just as a weird flex. and then they would paper their houses with them. And like, this wallpaper cost 500 million gil. just for no reason.
Wait, hang on. Were they only available to the people who got free houses, or were they available for everyone?
They're just available in general. So, like, if you want to waste 3 billion gil on this little, tiny, shitty-looking poster, go ahead.
That's fun. You want me to taste your wine, eh? Well, now, I ain't one to pass up free grog. Limling's teats! Now that's a bloody fine drop. If we ship this stuff to the east, we'd be selling bottles by the crate. You're coming with us back to the Morning Star. The captain will want to have a word with you. Agree to board the Morning Star.
The world's most ass-backwards infiltration mission.
Okay, maybe I'm not following perfectly, but didn't Clahia give the guy that wine? Why couldn't she have just given me the wine to give to this guy in the first place? Did she feel like she wanted to enliven up the lives of the people I just visited?
She is her master's disciple.
That's true. She does like her dancing monkeys.
It's also possible that this is like meant to obfuscate.
Her role in all this.
Yeah. So I think it's
well,
like...
I don't think so, because she talked to literally all of them except this guy to give them instructions. There's no obfuscation here.
Yeah, I think it's just arcanists are, like, prone to thinking in the most complicated way possible.
There's
a one-step plan is as pointless when a 12-step plan would do.
There's a good lass. And as for ye, Miss Dancer, you stick close to old Herskrat. Ugh. 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 It gets damn cold on them long sea voyages. What? Excuse me?
What a twist.
I beg your fucking pardon. Shh, we'll talk later. Where are you hiding your grimoire? What?
Stop, hammer, space, time.
Why? What is this quest?
Lost for words.
Hush now, Lore. Make ready, and I'll need that satchel you received from Eldgith in a short while. You ready, then? We'll be off as soon as the boat's loaded. Level sync is in effect. Level 34. Proceed.
Although, like, you were just poo-pooing her ability to be, like, stealthy with this whole operation, and she was literally standing right behind you for an entire cutscene.
Oh.
So the obfuscation worked.
Good God. She
Perhaps
played
the
me for a
distraction was
fool.
for you.
She played me for a fool.
Yeah.
Fine
I
grog
do love
and a
this
fine
quest
wine.
line. It's cute.
The captain will be pleased with this haul. Pray do not stare so. This was the most expedient method of gaining access to the ship. I will take that satchel from you now. You may have it back after I take the items I need. Wait, are we going to the pirate ship? I thought we were getting on another ship to go get to the pirate ship. This is the pirates? Alright. Hey, what mischief are you two about? I was merely borrowing some clothes. You wouldn't wish me to catch a chill from this brisk ocean air, would you? You'll be dancing yourself warm once we get you on the ship, lass. Oh, he's going to recognize me immediately. You better slip off that ratty robe before you meet the captain. Of course, of course. Ha! Okay, how did you change that fast? How? I'll be happy to show him the performance that awaits. Hell yeah.
Arcanist's trick.
The bitch admiral's lapdog. Come back for that lesson, have ya? It is I who shall be teaching this day. My lecture will focus on the manipulation of reality through applied strategy. Enough of this damn yapping. By the time I'm done with you, you'll remember who your real master is. Alright, boss fight time. Nope, not Clyhia. Killed the ass. Oh, uh-oh.
Just immediately slaughter Clyhia. Just when your text turns red.
You have it set so you can't target allies when weapon.
Oh, right. When I draw my weapon, clicking left stick.
NPCs during emergencies.
I feel like I could never be an Arcanist just because they do like... And I hit Calc 2 and my brain was like, They do math, right?
Oh.
Arcanists, I mean.
You rabid little cur. Oh, he's whispering because the text is so small. You rabid little cur. Our numbers matter not. It is strategy that will win this battle. Prepare yourself, Dosmaga. With your defeat will I cast off the shackles you closed on my soul. You think so, eh? Think your fancy magics are a match for my blade? You've got another thing coming. Alright, let's kill some ads. Oh, I was behind the... I was behind the mast, so it was a black screen.
Ghostmaga pulls out his own comb and said, "I've been manipulating your position this whole time." Behold, as your ace in the hole witnesses nothing but a black screen upon the start of this battle. Poison hearts are pretty cool, like type.
I'm doing a lot of damage to this guy. This has got to be a multi-stage boss fight. Uh-oh.
Well, part of it too is that, like, since you're at the level cap, you are, like, you know, like, most people are only going to be, well, oh wait, no, you are level 30. So
I'm level 30. The level cap is 34.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, level 30 content is still...
Yeah, fair. Tosmaga now faces defeat. He will flee to the starboard rail. Your next line will be... obvious. Next comes his attempt to escape into the sea. Quickly, transform into a black mage and electrocute him. You think you're pulling me strings, do you? Think I'll dance to your tune? Well, I ain't falling for your bloody tricks. Alright, bye. It is at this moment he notices the yellow jackets I had you summon in my explicit instructions to Rilzern. I didn't do that.
It was part of
you,
her...
handed him a note.
Yeah, it was part of her 4D chess.
So we killed his whole crew. Can we kill this guy too? Like, he's a slaver. No one will miss him.
He has to be tortured and then killed.
Yeah, but I can do that. I have thunder too. Like, we don't even have to go anywhere for that.
I mean, he's a level 30 guy, so like thunder of your thunder is going to kill him too.
You were a fool to return, Dosmaga. I hear you're fond of shackles, so we brought a set especially for you. Thus concludes today's lecture. I want her Arcanist jacket. That's my color. Thank you, Lore. This strategy would not have succeeded without your flawless execution of the man's shipmates. The execution you performed upon his shipmates. You executed them. Thank you. Why didn't you execute him? Which suggests that my tactics yet require more work. One must allow for some small deviation in performance. I believe, however, that I now understand where my calculations went awry. It is not enough to wish to shape reality. One must also have a complete understanding of the reality one wishes to obtain. It is time I sought out our guildmaster. Well, good luck. Fucking bye, I guess. Are you gonna dive over the edge? What? Why? And she sank to the bottom of the sea. Oh. Pray convey to Mistress Thubergine my fondest wishes and my appreciation for all that she has done for me.
I mean, she went head first from that height. That would not be healthy.
The true test of my strategies now begins.
I love how what, why seems to be the theme line.
Alright, back to the Arcanist Guild.
Just think about how much you've learned about Arcanima.
Not enough apparently.
You'll be diving off of boats and making people dance in no time.
Yo,
Truly, you
Thubergine,
have
I've got a story to tell you.
Truly, you have a bright future ahead of you as an Arcanimist and won't do any other specialization at all.
I'm just here to unlock Scholar. Welcome back, Lore. There is much I would ask you, but first, may I have the satchel you received during your assignment? She told everyone what was going on but me! I'm the only one she kept in the dark!
Well, yeah, you were one of the main pieces involved in getting onto the ship. If you don't have the information to accidentally release, you can't release the information.
This Lollafellow's name's Toffee Latte.
Nice.
Lalafell players name their Lalafell after, like, foods.
I mean, we call their entire race potatoes, so...
May I have the leather satchel you received during your assignment? The original owner needs her costume back, you see. I'll make sure everything is returned safe and sound. Now, let us speak of Clyhia. I am glad to know that she has finally freed herself to pursue her heart's desire. And you are to thank for awakening the Foreseer to her self-imposed fetters. The brilliance of Clyhia's strategies served to blind her to her own feelings, and it pained me to see her suffer so. Your example may even encourage Clyhia to improve her combat abilities, although such will surely come in time. After all, she intends to study under the Guildmaster's direct instruction. Imagine those two obsessive arcanists and the complexity of the tactics they will develop. Like
And
Elon's
they'll
mom
purge-
in Order of the Stick. It may
And now
very well...
purge those thoughts from the mind because they will never come up again.
It may very well be that your actions in bringing them together will prove the catalyst that sparks a new era of invention in the art of Arcanima. You, too, should look to the improvement of your discipline if you are to keep pace with all that is certain to follow. To that end, I offer you a new technique, one I pray allows you to more readily drive back your foes on the battlefield. I get Ruin 2 and Ruin Mastery. Alright. Worse. All this gear is worse. Toad skin? I don't want boots made of toad skin. What monster skins toad? Well, I guess the giant toads. Never mind. I was like, have you stitched together 1,000 tiny toad skins? I'll take the silver pieces.
I think toad skin is like it's analogous to toad skin.
No, you actually do get it from the damn toads.
Oh, well, okay then.
What monster would slay such beautiful and gentle creatures?
Somebody who's sick of getting
Or
unlatched by them.
They give you a kissy. I don't get what the problem is.
Like, oh look, Oh look, 3 packs of mobs. It'd be a shame if I were to drag you through all of them with my tongue.
I think Guildmaster Thubergeim has news of a task which might interest you. Austerities of Flame. Okay, hang on. Did I just...
You probably
Yeah.
should pick
Summoner
up.
unlocked,
You
right?
probably should pick up Summoner 2 just for the sake of like having it.
Yeah, I will. Oh, I leveled to 31. Huh.
Plus the Summoner mentor. Interesting.
Didn't catch
Yeah.
that.
Acting
I'm not going to say
Guildmaster
anything
Thubergeim.
else. Just going to say that she's interesting.
Oh, we didn't even hear the word interesting. We just
I
said,
did.
Yeah, I did.
all I heard was the summoner is
Interesting.
yeah. Fair enough.
Well, this is the Summoner pickup, so...
So go ahead and pick it up.
Greetings, Lore. It is well you have come, for we have an intriguing matter to discuss. A request has come to our guild from the Sons of St. Koinok, an organization of some of the finest minds in Eorzea, and they have asked for you by name.
You might have heard of them.
It appears that the research the Sons are currently conducting would benefit from the assistance of an arcanist, specifically one who has had the tempering experience of defeating the Primal Ifrit. The person in chat is asking for sexy dancers. So presumably only people who do the Manderville dance.
It's so true.
Though I must admit to some curiosity as to how those scholars knew the extent of your heroic exploits, I suppose the source of their knowledge is of little relevance. If you would answer this request, then you will find your contact, a researcher by the name of Yimhitra, at Apkalu Falls in the nation of Gridania.
Ymitra.
And Muri, the guild receptionist, is that who I get scholar from?
Yes.
Lore, have you any interest in history? If so, I would share with you an opportunity to study the ways of the ancients. A curiously refined and well-read marauder visited the guild the other day in the hopes he might meet an arcanist of exceptional skill. That's me! He claims that the assistance of one such individual would be invaluable for the success of his archaeological research. I say claims because despite his eloquence, the thought of a marauder with academic ambitions still strikes me as odd. You are, of course, free to formulate your own opinions. His name is Alka Zolka. A Lalafell? I guess Lalafels can be marauders. And he can be found at the Marauders Guild, should curiosity overwhelm you.
One might argue that with their bodies so overflowing with etheric might, Lalafell make ideal marauders.
Alka-Seltzer.
Somebody was talking to me about Setzer from Final Fantasy VI the other day, and his autocorrect kept turning it to Seltzer.
Refreshing.
It's finally someone to rival Quiet Man.
Might be troublesome though with the fizz that comes with seltzer and all that.
A marauder with nerd glasses? Thank you
Yeah.
for setting aside your preconceptions, Lore. I am acutely aware how unusual it is for a marauder to use the word acutely, and to conduct research, as it were.
Emphasis on cute.
However, you shall soon understand that I am not at all like my more muscular brethren. I can see that. Rather than rush blindly into the enemy's maw, I formulate and execute stratagems to great effect. My archaeological pursuits are but an extension of this practice, for at present I am researching the military tactics of ancient Nim. So one could say you are perusing the secrets of Nim.
A
Twould not-
small person perusing the secrets of Nim? What?
'Twould not surprise me if you were unfamiliar with Nim. The civilization flourished some 15-odd centuries ago during the 5th Astral Era. The Nimians lived during an age of wonders when the magical arts flourished, but magics can be wielded for weal or for woe, and this period of peace eventually gave way to the Great War of the Magi. The nations of that bygone era brought earth-shattering magics to bear against one another, yet Nim, with only a handful of mages to support its army of mariners, repulsed would-be invaders time and time again. Precisely how a military force of this composition could defy its stronger neighbors is a mystery which has long puzzled military historians. By translating extant Nimian tablets, which I have recently purchased, I mean to solve the riddle at long last. As my knowledge of Arcanima is cursory at best, I require an experienced arcanist to assist me with my analysis of any text pertaining to the magical arts. Will you be that arcanist, Lore? Sure. I expect a soul stone in exchange, but sure. There is, however...
Just one? Okay. Soul stone.
There is, however, a complication. The Nimian tablets and other assorted relics, for which I paid an exceedingly large amount of money, were stolen en route to Limsa Lominsa. So let's go fuck somebody up and get them back. The information inscribed upon those tablets could be of untold significance. I will not allow thieves to sell it to some rich Uldon collector for a pittance. Pray, accompany me to the Raincatcher Gully docks and help me reclaim my relics. I have strong reason to believe the perpetrators can be found there.
Must be tough living in Limsa. Almost all of your packages get stolen.
Yeah, they've got a real problem with pirates.
The Piracy Nation has
the
a
Piracy
pirate problem?
Nation has a problem with pirates.
Go figure.
I never thought my package would be stolen off of my doorstop, says person that regularly votes for the stealing packages off of doorstops.
Hey baby, do you live in Limsa? Because I'm sure I saw you checking my package.
As I suspected, they are not more than broken men who have seized the docks and taken to robbing every passing ship. Come, let us put an end to their banditry and take back what is ours.
First I misread Broken Lancer as Broken Lance, and I'm like, that's a pretty cool Rogadine name.
It fits.
It's especially well if Lance can be used as like a metaphorical phrase for like a geographical thing.
Okay, I have my weapon out. Stop selecting Alka-Seltzer. Ah, over there. Yes, yes, this is it. A treatise on Nemean military tactics, just as I had hoped. The rest of them are A Nasir complaint tablets. Hey, there's my ferry. Alka's just looking at it like, I do not know what this is. I do not trust what this is. What are you? I've never seen one such as you before. Hello there. Mayhap the tablet can explain this. Scholars, familiars, fairies. The sunlight of Eos doth soothe and shield. The moonlight of Selene doth silence and strengthen.
Oh, that's outdated.
Yeah, they had to leave it there.
Lore. By the 12, have you any idea what this means? We have rediscovered the long-lost magical arts of Nemean scholars. Fairies. Honest to God's fairies. Well, now I have seen everything. Anyway, I shall return to the guild and begin translating the tablet. I cannot wait to see what other secrets it contains. Back we go.
So yeah, back in the day, the two different fairies actually did slightly different things. Like one of them healed and the other one did some kind of buff. I don't know, I didn't play it back in that time.
I did, but I can't really remember what the differences were, so to speak. But
If I recall from what I've heard, the one that buffed would give the party members, I think, haste, and I think could silence enemies.
So yeah, and so there was like strategy involved in picking the right fairy for the right situation. Like if you needed extra heals, you used Eos, and if you were just trying to deal as much damage as possible, you went with Serena. But eventually they changed it so that both fairies do the same thing, and now it's entirely a cosmetic difference.
yeah, the problem was when it came to things being practical, one of them was just so heavily preferred over the other.
So instead of it just being, a trap where you could make the wrong decision, they just,
They just combined them.
streamlined it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you not switch fairies mid-battle?
You could, it just took,
And that was the point, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does have a cast time to do so though, and then there's the animation of it actually being summoned.
Yeah.
Excellent timing, Lore. I have just finished transcribing a section which will doubtless be of interest to you. According to the tablet, the crystal from which the fairy sprang forth is called the Soul of the Scholar, and it contains the wisdom of those long-dead Nemean mages. With it, you can call upon the fairy as you did before, and bind her to your will. As I said before, I have little knowledge of Arcanima, so unless you have some objections, I would like to entrust the crystal to you. Why would I object to that? Oh, and you needn't recompense me. Simply knowing that the lost arts are being preserved is enough. I shall Really? Because you paid a lot of money for this thing. I shall devote my energies to deciphering the remaining text. Should I discover anything new, I promise that you will be the first to know. The next Scholar Quest will be available from Alka Zolka upon reaching level 35. Soul of the Scholar, and Adloquium. Restores target's HP.
Good old Adlo.
Grants galvanized to target, nullifying damage equaling 125% of the amount of HP restored. When critical
That
HP
will-
is restored, also grants catalyze, nullifying damage equaling 105. Huh.
That will be your default heal. Physic is pretty much never going to be used unless you are literally using that minimum item level for a Realm Reborn content.
So,
Welcome to Shield Healer. They're all about basically using a lot of their abilities and off cooldowns and stuff to
Mitigate
give
damage.
your
rather than
to
restore it.
mitigate damage incoming towards your allies, and then doing cleanup healing when they absolutely have to. Sorry for interrupting. You were saying something.
so this, what, how much healing does Cure Potency 300 do at my level?
I mean, you can go to a test dummy and give it a go.
Fair enough.
I think there's one in our FC house's yard.
There is. Can you heal the test dummy?
Yes.
Huh.
Wait, can you?
Pretty sure you can.
I don't think you can heal a test dummy, but
You can
heal
also just
health.
target and heal yourself. That's true.
True.
And look at the number.
Doloquium.
You also have to keep in mind that like the potency of your heal is basically the base heal plus the shield heal.
Yeah, like the numbers are a little deceptive because, like, if you look at Physic and Adoloquium, Physic it says it has a potency of 400, and Adoloquium is only 300, but Adoloquium is basically double that, well, more than double that, because it's 300 cure potency plus another 300 cure potency shield on top of it.
And the way shields
Oh,
work
no.
is
Oh no, I'm gonna have to redo my keybinds.
Oh yeah, you have to do it entirely.
No, I mean,
Oh.
yeah, like exactly. I'm gonna. It's gonna randomize my key.
Well, I mean, it's all of your spells are different now anyway, so it's completely
it's a,
like
yeah.
Wait, all of my spells? I don't have carbuncle
pretty
anymore?
much.
Scholar is different. Is basically is an entirely separate job.
Your carbuncle saw your fairy and went, ew! And
Yeah. Like Summoner is the actual continuation of Arcanist. So when you get the Summoner job, it's all the same abilities, just they're going to be scrambled around. But
Gotcha.
with Scholar, yeah, you have a completely set of abilities. Even
Scholar's
like
a
Ruin,
healer.
even Ruin is different.
I like.
I think I think
uh,
Ruin and Physic are like the only two spells that you still have that are basically the same.
Alright.
And they're even the physics are even different in terms of ID as well. It's not the same spell. They're drawn from different parts of the code, despite being otherwise identical.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Scholar's a fun shield healer. I really like the current in-game cap ability. It's very fun.
Expedience.
Expedience is so fun.
A defense
Very
buff. A defense
very
buff
helpful.
makes everybody sprint.
Anyway,
Oh, I get resurrection. Ooh.
Yep.
We'll set that to. What is Whispering Dawn?
It's basically regen for your whole party, if I recall correctly.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
It's something that the fairy casts at your orders. So there's a tiny delay, but it's a lot better now than it used to be. There used to be significant delays before your fairy would actually trigger.
yeah. So because of the fairy changes, you only need one of your fairy summon spells on your hotbar. So just pick your favorite color.
Yeah, I already
Eos or
did.
Selena.
I'm moving Adloquium to replace Eos.
I like the one that's red and purple.
Yeah, that's the one I picked.
Well, it's more of an orange and purple. I
think,
feel
Back when I was goofing about with like visual mods, my favorite visual mod was the one that replaced Eos and Celine with gators with wings.
there's a
Yeah, there are several hilarious Eos and Selena mods out there. I bet.
I just thought
I didn't look for one, but I bet one based on the 10-2 girls because they were fairies in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there is one that makes your fairy Paimon from Genshin Impact.
Okay, so now that I've got a healer unlocked, do you guys want to close out the stream with a healer dungeon so I can try it out?
Sure
Let's
thing.
give it a try.
I can hop on real quick, so it'll be a 4-person party.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just need time for the game to boot.
Yeah, and we can figure out your stuff. You will want your ruin and bio like somewhere accessible because you will be doing more damage than you will. Because there's going to be plenty of downtime when people do not need heals, and so you will be able to do damage, and so put your damaging spells.
I've got it on R2.
Perfect.
Yeah, healer damage is absolutely vital in Extreme and Savage. If you want to hit the if you don't want to get hit by the Enrage, like every bit of damage counts. Healer, tank, and DPS.
You should leave that party so I can invite you to mine, Danny.
Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot I was in with Milena. Okay, I've disbanded.
Game's just gotta let me in. So do we currently have a tank? Assuming that's Danny.
I assume Danny. I can, but I assume Danny.
I mean, if you do want a tank, I can always go Red Mage.
I'm sure I'll
with.
give it the tank.
Okay.
So, what do you think? Should we do a low-level dungeon? The lowest level dungeon we can do?
I think we should do.
Just do a roulette.
I think we shoing do the Manor, Hayate Manor, because that's the highest one we can do right now.
Yeah, true.
And like doing like here's the thing, like
I suppose I would lose a lot of my rotation skills if we did a low-level one. And I need to learn how to use them.
When you do those low-level ones, you don't even really need to heal at all, period. So that's like not really a good example of how to heal. Like no joke, up until 1000 Maw, your fairy will literally do enough healing that you will not need to cast a healing spell.
Gotcha. Okay, so the fairy wanders around and heals my party members by itself?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And it's a bit overtuned at low levels.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's very funny how much it's overtuned at low levels.
Okay, so up and down on the
Dependable Dad
D-pad.
has logged in.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry.
Sure have. Let me pick a job. Man.
Invited.
I gotta figure out a job. Give me a second. Too many options.
So many options. The challenge of being an omni level.
God, yeah.
You can assign it to specific members. How do you do that?
Sign what?
The fairy.
Assign the fairy?
That's
Count Bob says you can assign the fairy to specific members. Like the tank.
Not really. You can position your fairy so that it is the tank. Likely to heal the tank. But like that's about it.
there is a specific ability that where it tethers to a specific party member.
Oh yeah, but that's like way later. That's like a
Yeah.
level 70, level 80 ability. Never mind.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Gotcha.
The Sage has something called Cardia, where it basically does the fairy effect on a specific party member. Maybe you're thinking of that?
Yeah, maybe that's what they're thinking of. Alright, so I am going in as Paladin.
Teddy appears to be a red mage.
Yep.
And what are you, Danny?
I'm also a red mage.
That's fine.
Okay.
We need the rezzers. Oh wait, you don't have res yet?
Nope. Don't
I
even
just
have a
funny little red mage glam. So
Hawk Manor.
This is the only DPS I have at this level. I could pick up Samurai, but it's Samurai, so no thanks.
Oh, that came out of my controller.
That's cool.
That's coming out of my controller.
Who's not accepted? Oh, no.
That was me. I was showing you guys the sound coming out of my controller, so I hadn't hit X yet.
Yeah.
It's for when you
All
play
right, now-
DPS and have to pee.
All right, now since this is your first,
Since this is what?
Leroy!
So, Minder currently has a debuff on him that has a white bar on it. You can use SNet on that debuff. Get rid of it.
Where can I see the white bar?
Next to his name. Like, see the various debuffs and buffs next to his name?
up on the
Oh,
party,
okay. I see it. Next to the mana bar. Okay, I was looking at his health bar.
Yeah, he's not poisoned anymore, but if he gets it again, you can cure it with SNet.
Gotcha.
Now, if you see a debuff with a white bar, it's usually good to assume that. If the debuff does not have a white bar, you can't, so it doesn't matter.
There, that one's got a white bar. You can debuff it. So you can get rid of it.
Yep, he just walked out of line of sight, so I... Oh, shit!
Whoops. that one was actually my bad. I was not trying to. Okay.
I'm casting Resurrection.
You can quick cast Resurrection.
Yeah, swift.
Oh, right.
Swift
Swift
cast
cast.
and then Resurrection is the way to do that.
Well, too late now.
Okay, well the other two ran away, so now we have to catch them.
Well, yeah, otherwise it'd have died immediately. You know how it is. Oh, so just run in a circle.
We're on our way back. Fucking loser.
Yeah, I legitimately did not mean to specific corner.
It is literally a Scooby-Doo chase in a mansion. This is perfect.
I do like that. They updated the HUD so you can see what type of damage is coming towards you.
Yes. That makes Savage a lot easier to know whether you should be using Adalora or Fate.
But so there's your first hotbar note. Is you should have Swift Cast and Res next to each other.
I have them on L2 D-pad, so there's that.
Okay. And then
Oh, you know, I forgot that Red Mage even got sleep.
Oh yeah.
yeah, they made it into a roll skill not too long ago.
Oh.
Stab it. Ready to stab it, engage it first.
I love that my weapon makes noise.
So is mine. Anyone from roulette?
Keeping my eye on the health bars is to the left side of the screen is gonna take some getting used to. Does it deselect you guys? Oh, I didn't have you properly selected.
If you're on controller, doesn't one direction of the D-pad select party members and the other one select as enemies?
Yeah, I'm getting used to selecting party members, and I forgot I had to actually press X to properly select.
Oh, he's got poison.
Oh, there's
That can. There are a lot of healers that don't realise that even when it gets to higher levels, which is really frustrating when you get to bosses that cast doom on you and it has PS in the way. It's just like, I'm dying. I'm gonna die. Please, Esna. Please. Okay, never mind. Fine.
Yeah, that's a little inconsistent whether or not Doom can be Esna.
Trying to choose the world. My final message.
Yeah, healing is something that, by and large, I think easier when you level up, even if the content theoretically gets harder. Because, like, as you level up in healing, you just get so many more abilities to, like, help out in different situations.
Yeah.
Level 90 White Mage is a cakewalk compared to, like, level 30 White Mage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. White Mage is the darkest kind, I'll say.
They're just like you get so many off-double cooldown skills. It's just so useful.
Yeah, some of this gear might be good for you, or still, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Like, need it if you're able to need it.
Already possess one of that.
All right, we did
Ethereal Fluorite Choker is something I can't need, so that is for all classes. I guess I'll greet it. Oh, I gotta actually pass on the thing I can't get.
All right, I'm going. Bye.
You want to go? You want to go the opposite way? There we go.
Laura, I already pulled enemies. We're dying here, Laura. Help!
Press X to down. Oh, never mind. There we go. Now we go.
We're gonna pull some more.
Here, cat.
This is an interesting experience.
It's really interesting to see people that switch to healing after running through most of the game as like a damage dealer. I'd like to try it out and everything, because my experience was I played Monk until I hit like Copperbell Mines level, and then I was like, oh, I don't like playing DPS, it turns out, that much. And I switched to Conjurer and White Mage after that. So most of my game experience of this game is playing healer.
Teddy's healed extreme, so only with half. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get used to switching between healing and doing damage. And I think I'm going to err on the side of healing at first.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
While you get used to it all. You won't judge. Not loud.
Kitty.
Just keep the shields up. Oh, I suppose I could cast shield on everybody.
You don't need to though, because like most of the time I'm going to be.
Yeah, it's you'd want to shield people when raid wide attacks.
Gotcha. How long does the shield last? Like if I give you
30 seconds, I believe.
Yeah,
okay.
You can see the numbers next to the shields on next to your HP bars.
Oh, I see it on the buff bar.
Yeah, they added that like this patch that being able to see other people's times.
Watch out, you guys. This mini-boss uses armor of Agathis.
Oh yeah, I was in here a couple days ago getting the Blue Mage spell.
What, ice spikes?
Yeah, armor of Agathis.
I just get ice spikes from I just get ice spikes from the ones in the Central Shroud.
No. I think I did this because I figured it'd be easier. Well, because like when I did it, I like leveled Blue Mage up to level 50, and then I started for useful abilities. And then like I got 1,000 units first because of that crazy person, but other than that.
I'm not having to worry about MP at all.
Yeah.
Does that change later?
Yeah. It changes a little bit later. Although, like, usually if you like get into the rhythm of things, you like want to.
Yeah, you've got your ether flow gives you MP. You've got lucid dreaming. Basically, the only time you're going to be low on MP is more or less is when party members just keep dying and you have to keep resurrecting them.
Yeah, because like resurrection costs like a quarter of your MP bar, and so like that will drain your MP. But if you're not doing that, you'll be fine.
Was I not supposed to go in the ethereal flow?
You are. Then
Okay.
you go upstairs.
Oh, I see where you guys are. You weren't on my minimap.
Oh, whoops. We got through an entire encounter without you.
It's okay. It's the encounter that stops like before it even goes anywhere. So.
Yeah. Okay, I think Amandine's probably going to be using some braid glides, so that'll be a
I'll
good time.
rework this fight. You don't have to worry about turning off the lamps.
Should I
Sure.
give everybody shields?
When it looks like she's going to be doing a big cast,
Maybe.
It took me a moment to process what you said and remember what this does.
Happens.
The important thing to remember is pretty much all the bosses are scripted, so they'll always follow the same sort of path. So you can know when it's a good idea to use specific abilities. What?
Right.
Whoops.
Yeah, like in Savage.
Oh, that was interruptible. Neat.
Oh, that was interruptible. I missed it. Yeah,
Yeah.
bosses so rarely have interrupt.
I'm getting the hang of switching between healing and damage.
Good.
2 levels from that. Nice.
I like how different Danny and I's red mage glams are.
Yeah.
To be fair, currently all of my glams are this 6-bit dress.
This one's technically also my black mage glam, just dyed red.
So because that was so quick, wanted to take a try, and then we can actually do some
Wanna take a what?
off-stream DK. You want to take a try at tanking? That way we can do some like off-stream Dark Knight leveling, which will make everybody happy.
It's a good plot.
Sure, why not? So that...
And I tend to reshuffle some rolls.
Mind if I
Guess
hit?
leave so that Danny can get the wax.
I've been rumbled.
Okay.
Yeah, Danny wants to heal, so I'll go in.
Let's update our recommended gift. Who is... Oh, Melena's trading me something. It's Demon Brick. Is...
Oh, I love Demon Brick.
Oh, Demon
minion.
Brick is a fun little pet.
Oh, it's the
Funny
little
little guy.
cube! I remember that thing.
Yeah, cube with legs.
Thank you, Melena.
Alright, you say we were doing a roulette or something, or just doing a dungeon as a tank?
Let's do a dungeon as a tank.
Probably
A
best-
controlled situation wherein I can learn how to do it.
Yeah,
let's
probably.
let's just do the manor again, because it's a fairly good representation.
Yeah, you've got all of your skills, so
I'm gonna have to set up my hot
Set up your
bars.
bars. You know, at least you're not starting from 0 like before. So you actually did do a little. Didn't you have a Dark Knight bar?
yeah, you already did a Dark Knight instance. So
Oh,
I'm sure you
I
have
do have a Dark Knight bar. Okay.
Yeah, because you committed mass slaughter and treason.
All right. Well, I'm a Dark Knight. I guess I do have Dark Knight hot bars.
Did you forget to make a Dark Knight gear set?
No, I did. I did have it.
Okay. Okay. Well, there you go then.
Okay. What do these abilities do?
The AoE is going to be the most important one for a lot of the dungeon.
That's Soul Eater?
I believe so.
No, I don't think it's Soul Eater. Let me check.
It's Unleash.
Unleash, yeah. Soul Eater is the third hit in your basic combo. It goes hard slash Cypher Strike, Soul Eater.
Ah, that's why they're on Square X Circle. Unmend, Flood of Darkness, and Rampart. Remind me what those do.
Unmend is your ranged attack that will also do extra enmity to make enemies more likely to attack you.
So that's what I do when I open into a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, or if there's an enemy that you've lost aggro on and it's attacking one of your allies, that to get attention.
Okay.
What are the other ones?
Flood of Darkness and Rampart.
Flood of Darkness is a line AoE attack that gives you a damage buff. It gives you a 30-second damage buff, and it can go up to 60 seconds. So, you want to.
So you always want to keep that damage one. Basically, you want to cast Flood of Darkness every time you have mana for it.
And
Okay.
Rampart is a defensive buff. You want to do that. You want to do that during like the pulls in order to lower the amount of damage that's being taken.
Reprisal is another defensive buff that you should have near Rampart.
Yeah, what Reprisal does is it's kind of the opposite. Rather than increasing your defense, it lowers the enemy's offense.
Okay, well, I'll move Reprisal from L2 down to R2 right, then.
But yeah, so like for most mob packs, you'll pretty much just spam Unleash while we kill everything.
And then for the bosses, you'll be wanting to do your basic 1-2-3 combo.
Does Unleash draw aggro? Is that why you guys are telling me to just do that?
Well,
Yes.
it doesn't have extra enmity, but it's just you're attacking everything, so you're getting aggro.
Well,
that
like
way.
everything you do generates.
Yeah,
But like Unleash actually thing, so like that's why it's so important.
yeah. Tanks have a stance that means they make more enmity than any other class. Yours is grit. and
So
leads-
right, that's what grit is. Okay, so I
Yeah.
open with grit.
You don't open with where you just have it on.
Yeah, you basically once you start the dungeon, turn grit on. That's it. You never need to turn it off.
Oh, okay. Cool. What about Low Blow, Interject, and Provoke? Do I need to worry about those?
Low blow is a stun, so you can use it to stun enemies. Interject will stop an enemy casting a skill, but only the ones where their cast bar is flashing. And provoke
It's a taunt.
Yeah, basically it will make you the top enmity of that specific enemy, and just a little bit added on top. But it won't really do anything if you're already maximum, if you're already the top enmity.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I should have it on my hotbar, but I won't use it very often.
Yeah,
Yep.
like the biggest time that that provoke is used is also the same time shake is used for tank swaps. One tank, so sometimes you get debuffs. That means you need to have the other tank take over in your place. So they would use provoke to increase their enmity to match yours plus a bit, and then you'd use shake to give them 25% of your enmity to make.
Yeah. Yeah, but like that's like high level content where you have 2 tanks in one instance.
Gotcha.
I
Okay,
prepared
so
a matching glamour to Danny.
What was that?
Said I prepared a matching glamour to Danny.
All right.
I mean-
So back to the mansion.
You seen my main bad? You know that's actually pretty much just an orange version of it of Dyson.
everybody in the right classes?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, 2D Finder. Back to Hawk Manor. All right, I'll turn on Grit. I open into a pack with Unmend and then Unleash when I'm standing in the middle of them, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, you'll also use Unmend just if you can't hit an opponent generally. Like, for example, during bosses, you might have an attack that's stopping you from getting to the enemy, so you just use Unmend as a general range attack.
Our party is
Yeah.
2 cat boys and 2 bunny folks.
I gotta come in here first because there's a key here.
Sorry, I saw an enemy and I opened into it. So I thought I was supposed to.
Yeah, well, like I'm telling you to come over.
Yeah. Good. You'll notice at the left, below the health bars, there's an enemy list. If it's red, that means that enemy is currently attacking you. Any other colour when you're attacked, you're probably going to want to focus on getting aggro for it.
Yeah.
And it'll only show enemies that you currently have at least some enmity from. So if there's more enemies than is shown there, that means you've not actually got the attention of all the enemies.
We can pull more than just these 2 snakes at once.
Am I comfortable doing so is the question.
Yeah, you
I'll get my ass beat.
You've got with Danny healing. Like that's more up to the healer than you, to be perfectly honest.
Fair enough.
Yeah, just when you pull bigger groups, make sure to use Rampart.
Yeah, go at your own pace. And feel free to, like, push your boundaries a little bit. I don't think this group is going to get super grumpy if you have to go white because you overestimate it a little bit.
Fair enough.
We might make fun of you, but, well, we do that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, don't be afraid to use cooldowns, because just like with FPS classes, cooldowns are short enough that they're there to be used.
Forgot about Flood of Darkness. Thanks for reminding me.
Oh, my wrists are so unused to Wasta-ing. It doesn't help that I'm basically just got done having the flu, so my body's super susceptible to, like, aches and pains right now.
Remember the aches COVID gave me?
Yeah, COVID. I feel like the fact that I've gotten sick a little easier within the past year is because COVID told my immune system, hey, suffer for a while. Hopefully it's something that it'll recover from after time, though.
Remember to use Flood of Darkness whenever you can. There's no point holding it back. Like later on, you'll get other abilities, so you'll have to like manage your mana a little bit. But at this level, just Flood of Darkness, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Late night mana management is so fun.
Yeah, at one point you'll get a really potent shield that you can get, which costs the same amount of mana as Blood or Edge Darkness. But the interesting thing is, when that shield breaks, you get a free cast of it on the Blood or Edge.
Oh, cool.
So it becomes an interesting sort of, is it worth using this and then get it broken to get more damage in? Is it, should I?
It's just you want to darkness every time you know it's going to break. Like, and you just gotta like feel out encounters to like know when it's time to use it.
So I stack Flood of Darkness twice, right?
Yeah. I mean, you just use it until you run out of it.
Oh, I thought it only stacked twice.
It does.
It doesn't matter. It's
your basic attacks also restore your MP.
yeah, your basic attacks restore your MPs, so you will never. If you at this level, if you just keep stacking Flood of Darkness whenever you can, you will never run out of Rich or whatever the bonus damage cost is called.
Did you see the cast bar flashing?
No, I did not.
So if we slow down the damage, so obviously.
Where am I looking?
The cast bar will generally appear near the enemy.
See flash?
Oh, I see it now. It's above their big health bar at the top of my screen.
Yeah.
When the attack bar is flashing like that, it means it's a move that you can use your interrupt on. Tanks get interrupts.
Interject,
I get
right?
when I think about
Correct.
it. Yes. And moves that have the flashing cast bar can be interrupted. Bosses and mid-bosses, especially in a Realm Reborn, will tend to have those. It's not required that you interrupt them, but it's a fun little quirky thing you can do.
There's a lot to keep track of here.
Absolutely. That's
All right,
why
I'm going to walk down the
Not
stairs.
required.
Well, no one else is.
Except for you, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. It was only after I had already left that I realized that you were walking. My apologies.
Very different kind of. In casual content, DPS tends to have the lowest responsibility, but at the same time, when it comes to higher level content, they have a lot of responsibility because they need to be good at dealing damage, or you will not be in range.
So I just realized that the reason you might have gotten more experience than you expected is because I'm a mentor and you're a Sprout.
Oh yeah.
You want to pull more?
This. Yeah, pull more.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
We got this. We got this. Okay. Don't get Rampart.
Rampart's on cooldown.
Okay. I'll wait for that. Presence of mind.
I have the ability presence of mind when I'm a healer. It doesn't mean I have real presence of mind.
Fair.
Hey, we actually have Teddy doing AoE.
Huh?
We actually
Oh,
have
yeah.
Teddy doing AoE damage,
Yeah.
Yeah,
which
range.
is quite a privilege at this level.
Yeah. I think Bard also has their cones at this level.
Bard also has their code, but like not every DPS has an AoE at this.
Yeah, I think it's just range DPS for literally and to have
It's a
their
very
money.
nice bonus to have some AoE damage in these fights.
Red Mage also had their AoE.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure so did Black Mage, and I think it's just the melee one that does.
Yeah, I do not. I have no AoE options whatsoever.
Yeah, there are several several types of secret miss. There's sprinting is mitigation because they can't hit you. There's DPS is mitigation, because if they die, they can't hurt you.
Dead monsters deal no damage.
Basically, like, no matter how good the tank and healer are, if the DPS can't kill the enemy before you run out of resources, you're gonna have a bad time.
Remind me, what does Reprisal do again?
It lowers the damage enemies do. It's an AoE around you, so it'll affect multiple enemies.
Doesn't
Cool.
it also hit the enemies back a little bit, or am I remembering wrong?
No.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking about a warrior skill.
Yeah. Meanwhile, arm's length stops you from being knocked back, but also any enemy that melee attacks you when you have arm's length will receive the slow status, so that can also be used. Slow. Oh yeah. You're a lot lower than that.
As long as you're not actually dying, and a lot of healers, like, most healers will try to, like, thread that needle as hard as they can, you know, do as little healing as possible, so they're doing as much DPS as possible, because that makes the dungeon go faster.
Yeah.
So if you see yourself hovering around 1/3, that healer is doing a good job, ironically.
Yeah, it's like Milena said. Any healing that goes above 100% is wasted mana.
Gotcha.
So
Fortunately, with shield healers, it's a little bit easier to not do that.
yeah,
Because like half of their healing is shield.
which it works as an overheal. Like
It works like temporary HP in D&D in that when you receive shield, it just replaces the existing shield if it's more than what you already have.
which
It doesn't add to it.
and the next thing is shield. On the health bar, the health bars at the top left, shield is represented by a yellow bar that goes past your health bar. It didn't used to. It used to be a mystery as to how much shield you had left.
Yeah, my one complaint about the rifle was that I wish shield was obvious on the health bar at the bottom of the screen.
Yes, that would be nice. Also, Lord, this boss has some attacks.
I will try to keep an eye on it, but no promises. So I look away for this one?
Yes,
Yeah.
you did it.
You could have also positioned yourself in between the eyeball and her, that way you were guaranteed to be looking at her and not the eyeball. That's not meant to be corrective or anything, just a little advice tip.
Oh, there's a little mob, which is now dead. I didn't notice.
But it was a standstill one anyway, so it's like baby's first ad, so it's all good.
Yeah.
This is a good dungeon for like practicing a level 30 job. It's got stuff present that isn't required.
It's a lot better than it used to be.
God, yeah.
There it is. You can eject that. Good. You got it.
Hell yeah.
Awesome. Hell yeah. You guys want to take a screenshot?
Sure. Oh, do your
Ooh,
do
how about
your,
this doorway with the window behind us?
pull out your weapon and do your C pose to do your weapon pose with Dark Knight because it looks really good with.
Oh yeah, the girl C pose with Dark Knight is really good.
The
Yeah.
what C pose?
Just the one when you're a girl.
Yeah, Dark Knights. Every job has one one idle pose per gender, and you can trigger it by doing C pose.
All right. Well, let me type in /C pose.
Once you've actually activated it, it will automatically happen after a period of standing still until you type it in again, and this persists between logging off as well. So if you do it now, it will be permanent.
/CPOSE.
Yes.
Yeah.
It stands for change pose. It also applies for your standing poses when you haven't got your weapon drawn, where every race and gender has multiple poses.
Yeah. Yeah, dude Dark Knights heft the blade over their shoulder like it's the Buster Sword, and Lady Dark Knights like stab it into the ground in front of them.
That is pretty cool.
And the lady one's cooler.
I think I agree. Yeah.
I'm just gonna stand aloof for this pose,
Well,
like the ninja retainer.
if we're going for that C pose, I can't really do G pose because that'll nullify the pose. So I'm
What?
gonna have to be through because it'll start using whatever the last action was.
If you do /6, it'll cancel out the. It'll cancel out your last action.
Actually, I can do it. I know how to do it. Actually, I just remembered you can just turn off repeating the actions.
Yeah.
There,
There you
Luke disabled. Wait, no, now everybody's just standing in there. It doesn't do the idle poses in G pose at all. So I'll have to take one raw without G pose.
Gotcha.
Hi, Saintfair. I'm sorry you're coming in at the very end. How did Pokemon Go go? Today it was just me. I did the Arcanist quests, unlocked Scholar, did a dungeon as Scholar to learn healing, and did a dungeon as Dark Knight to learn tanking. That's what we did today. And we're coming to the end. This is the very end of the stream.
This is the best I can get.
All right, let me take a look.
Yeah, we did absolutely no Arcanist. So we did Arcanist from 1 to 30.
I think that looks good.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, let's actually exit the dungeon.
Alright, sir.
Don't forget to roll on loot.
Already did, I think. No, I didn't.
Also, I forgot as well.
Pass on that, and pass on that.
Yeah, like not all of the weapon poses are gendered, but of the ones that are, most of them I like the girls ones better. Like Dark Knight is probably the biggest distinction.
I believe they are all gendered, but like some of them are very minor chain differences, but they are all there.
But yeah, like the sword out with like the smug smile. It's like I love it. Love that pose so much.
That's
But
pretty
You don't
good.
get it with the
Dark
men,
Knight
and it's
weapon.
awful.
Gotta admit, I kind of like the male version a bit more because, like as you said, it is literally Cloud's victory pose.
I just like
pretty
this
cool.
Dark Knight weapon because it's just a big rectangular blade.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
There's something nice about the simple Zweihander that I've got.
Yeah.
I like. I also tend to like the weapons too, like the big, exotic, glowy MMO MMO TM swords. Like I tend not to like those, but simple, just a blade. I like those.
I really like the weapon that I've got on my Dark Knight on my main. It's black, sort of triangular shaped as it goes into a point, but there's this red patch on it that flickers like a heartbeat.
There's a it's the second to last in a relic weapon chain, but the very last version is the same, except with an overpowering pink glow that makes it look like it's coated in plastic.
Oh.
So, but I'm quite happy with the version that I'm using.
I mean, that sounds great for the inevitable Barbie the Dark Knight movie.
She's done every other job.
Why haven't I seen someone cosplaying as, like, Barbie in Final Fantasy, given her whole thing is just doing all the jobs?
Yeah.
Barbie would multi-class. Barbie would be the warrior of light.
She'd succeed at it, too.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's going to be it for today. Let me look at the schedule. Tomorrow is going to be Zero Escape, Virtue's Last Reward at 3:30 p.m. EST. Going to be doing the last couple hours of that because I did 4 or 5 hours earlier in the month, and it was 7 hours worth of patronage. So we'll be doing 2 or 3 hours of that tomorrow. Monday, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have a few options, but I haven't nailed anything down yet. Tuesday is the last day of the month, so it's set aside for live blogging. We're still nailing down patron schedules for March. So I haven't laid out what I've got for March 1st going onwards. But the next thing I have on the concrete schedule is Final Fantasy XIV in a week on the 4th. We shall see what people choose. And I will see you guys next time. Thanks for hanging out.
Ciao for now.
Bye.
Have fun, stay safe, and be brave enough to be kind.